and then we will launch. Well, the game's already launched, but then we will jump into the game. And once again, this is I did get a review key for this game, and again, I was telling the story earlier about how much I've always wanted to play or experience like a proper game that was inspired by Diablo 1, and I'm hoping that this one might just do it. I'm hoping this one might just do it because I love that game, and I really enjoy a lot of action RPGs. I enjoy a lot of Diablo-inspired games, including this one, or well, hopefully including this one. But including games like Torchlight and what are some of the other ones like that I've like tried in recent memory. That Achilles Legends Untold game I really liked. That one was like maybe, I mean, yes, of course it's an action RPG and it's Diablo inspired, but maybe not quite so obviously Diablo inspired. I think Path of Exile's an okay game. In fact, I would say, yeah, I think it's a very good game. I don't really like it myself. It's not my cup of tea, but I see why people like it a lot. I see why Path of Exile blew up the way that it did. So yeah, there's lots of great stuff out there, but just not a lot of games, or really any Diablo-inspired games that have attempted what I've wanted them to attempt, which is to do something that is more akin to something that's a little bit more slower paced, a little bit scarier, a little bit more methodical, like the first game. That's how Diablo 1 always was to me, and I'm hopeful this one can maybe take the cake. By the way, we do have some lore. So there's an introduction. I wonder if I start the game, will this be the same thing? I bet if I start game, we'll see an introduction. If not, we can always just come back to the menu and check it out. But once again, Tower of Kalemonvo, yeah, here we go. Make sure I say it right. Yeah, here we go. So this is Tower of Kalemonvo. Hopefully I'm saying it right, and excited to try this thing out. Let's say start game. Do we be a fella or a Cinderella? Or actually, or maybe are these different classes? I assume it's just, yeah, just pick your hero of their particular persuasion and proceed. What is your hero known by? So there's the default name, which is like a very whimsical and appropriate fantasy role-playing game kind of name. I'm gonna, of course, be a fucking weirdo. And I shall proceed. 2 weapons to aid in your quest. The tower expects much of you. Be flexible and adapt. What is despair mode? Reduce HP, reduce stat gain for experienced adventures. And there's Iron Man. No saving and loading. Saves only occur when exiting the game or returning to menu. Only 1 save slot, I suppose. No, well, yes, but also if you die, then you're dead. So that is the hardcore mode. All right, so I feel like I should play it safe, being that this is my first experience with the game. I should play it safe and do like Sword and Shield. But I don't know, I always love spellcasting. I always love spellcasting these kinds of games. Maybe I'll do Sword and Spell. Maybe I'll do Sword and Spell. That's like what I enjoy. It's not always smart, because spellcasting is usually more involved. Usually makes you a little bit squishier. But, let's fucking roll for it. Let's roll for it. We get the cool introduction. I bet we do. This is, of course, an indie game. This is an indie game, and it's, I believe, an Italian developer made this game. So we do not get an introduction. I'm kind of curious. If I go back to the main menu, here, I'll go ahead and save. Yeah, empty slot. Empty slot, but not an empty slut. That's me. I'm the empty slut. We shall return to safety, and we go lore. We say introduction. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like an intro cinematic. That's fine. That's fine. So I'll do a quick speed read. The magic fields that protected this place, but there were no traps, no tricks. Okay, treasures to plunder. Expedition was mounted. Okay. Defend yourself from the cold suns. Alright, well, I mean, not terribly surprising. Resupplies and possible help is not coming. No turning back. You alone are trudging through. Yes. So it's all about a cult then. Not terribly surprising. Yeah. Yes, this orb. This orb, the power is not meant for mortal men. Oh, here we go. Yeah, the cult of the moon and the sun. That's what it comes down to. All right, cool. Load. That's me. Here we go. I was secretly hoping for a intro cinematic, but that's okay. That's okay. I can't be too choosy. All right, so can't break these boxes as far as I can tell. I can like do a manual swing at nothing. No turning back now. Can't go back. So there's no town presumably. So that's gotta be a bit of a difference. Obviously, no town that we can return to necessarily. It's entirely possible that there will be like still shops we can see, that kind of thing. So we'll see. So we have melee damage, just rusty one-handed. I'm guessing I can't dual wield, can I?
I can't do that.
Can't do it. What if I do this? And then we said it was Z? Yeah, Z to switch off. Oh, I love the dinky. Look how dinky little wand is. It's very cute. It's a very cute and dinky little wand. And it does not cost mana. It does not cost mana. Does it use like energy? Nope. Does not. Does not appear to, at least. That's kind of nice. So, yeah, just +1 to level to fireball. And if I say spells, there's the fireball, and that one does cost mana. Costs 2 mana. Does mana go back on its own? Does not appear to, honestly. Which is, I'm okay with that, honestly, because again, that's more akin to the old school stuff. So that's more of like a firebolt, whereas that's like a proper fireball, right? So we have 2 different variants then. Very cool. So we'll stick with the melee for now. And then what was the other thing? There was the combat arts. More like combat farts. Okay, so you cannot cast magic while you have a regular weapon equipped. Enemy outlines. Let's see. There we go. So what do we have? We have adrenaline, energy, or agility 12. So I can't use that. I guess I can't use any of these right now. We know them. Like, we have them learned, but we can't use them yet. What's up, Elgaso? Checking out this cool Diablo-like experience. This is Tower of Kalemonvo. And the skeletons, they crawl around on all fours like little fellas. And as they take more damage, they get all reddened. It's kind of fun. Can't seem to break the barrels or anything. Maybe like chests we can explore. Ooh, big mole. Ouch. Let's do one at a time here. Oof. Now, we do have healing potions if things get dicey. And of course, we also have this. We do have ranged weapons as well. Fucking blew his arm off. Hell yeah. Skeleton. Got his ass. There we go. There we go. No one's dropped anything yet, which has me a little bit concerned. Quite a bit of damage as well, but that was a fairly big boy we saw. We're getting experience. There we go. There's a chest. Leather gloves. And go ahead and snag it. Boop. It looks like we did auto-equip it. I mean, for sure. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button. For sure, the vibe. Oh, stepped on the buggy. Is very, very on point. As far as a Diablo-inspired experience, no question. Yeah, those big guys, they deserve extra attention. Big guys are scurry. Rusty sword that we probably already have. Oh, that's exactly what we have, except it's slightly more damage, but worse attack rating. Attack rating, of course, presumably means percentage to hit. Or chance to hit, rather. Using any weapon. Right, so 6 versus 3. Bloop. It goes down a little bit. You cannot dual wield. Can't do it.
Can't do that.
See if that's much better. Of course, our melee is, not super good right now. Especially given that I've kind of dual wielded, not dual wield, but starting with spellcasting and also melee. Maybe not the best approach. You know, the pros would tell you that it's probably best to stick with one specialization and stick to it. Cultist was found, by the way, and now she's dead. Also, cape. Oh, that's delightful. And a big-ass axe. I appreciate that the cape, when it's on the ground, that's like a Diablo 1 like kind of vibe right there, where it looks like it's a piece of metal. It's like, oh shit, like chainmail or some shit, or plate mail at this early. Then you go, oh, never mind, that's it's like, you know, something very small. But still, now we look like we're a member of a progressive rock band. That's what's up. I need a little bit better strength before I can use this big ass large axe, which would be nice because we don't even have a shield right now. So something like this would actually be kind of cool. How much do these heal? Restores 30. If I can get a sick-ass level before then, that'd be really cool, but I'll go ahead and drink one of these. I keep pressing the wrong button because I'm silly. There we go. Now, I'm liking this a lot so far. The vibe is great. There's, like I said, there's some obvious differences right from the get-go, given that, yeah, there's no town to return to. No town portals, presumably. But it would not shock me if there was still some kind of town experience, some kind of like shop we would be able to find, maybe like a traveling merchant, some kind of way to, like, you know, potentially purchase things. Thankfully the animation is slow enough, whereas these guys are scurry. These guys do a lot of damage. We got his ass, and he dropped something. I picked it up too quickly. Oh, maybe he dropped nothing? Oh, it was a potion. It was a potion because I just drank one a little bit earlier. I keep looking to see if I can break the boxes. Yeah, extremely immaculate. And that was the whole thing that got me about this game, is that it is Diablo 1 inspired, like very deliberately. And I'm very okay with that because that's my favorite. I did level up. Hell yes, I feel stronger. Now, do we get to do anything when we level? We have 5 points to spend. I don't know if there's a respec option. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I would like to be able to use this axe, so at least 1 strength. Let's do 2 into strength, and then 2 into constitution, and then some agility for good measure. How's that sound? Go ahead and pop that bad boy on there. Oh, baby. So now this thing is, of course, a lot slower. There's the attack animation when compared to that first one, that the sword we were swinging earlier. What's the design on the cape? Can I like zoom in? Zoom in to see. I cannot, but I appreciate the cape physics. I appreciate that. You know, there's some nice fresh modern takes going on here. Just to be clear, so we do 2 to 9 right now. I'm a little bit surprised I didn't one-shot that cultist just now. Well, I mean, we're definitely doing more damage, or we should be. Maybe that was like an ascended or an otherwise elevated cultist apprentice. Another cape. Presumably that one's the same. 1 and 3, 1 and 3. Yep. So we'll sell the extra one. There's a person just on the perimeter of our, not even on the perimeter, outside of our light radius. Another health potion. Ouch. And a trap, of course. But those may be a well to drink from. Fortunately, oh, now, was that a trap? It might have been, because something killed him. Unless I clicked him by accident. Oh no, it was her. Okay. I don't know if bad guys can friendly fire each other. They can like slap each other. I wouldn't complain if they did. Is there a rotate camera option? I don't think there is. Not that we necessarily need to. Skeleton friend. Can I close the door? I cannot. Can I draw them in? Yes. The lady tried to throw a fireball at me. There's a few of them. I'm gonna leave. I didn't see it hit that person, but it's entirely possible he might have just dodged it. Got her ass, hell yeah. Lots of rusty swords. Off-balance rusty swords. My off-balance rusty sword collection continues to grow. I'm assuming off-balance means it's slightly less good. Slightly less good. So the axe we have is fine, but there's a much better version of the same kind of large axe. Excuse me. And of course, eventually we're gonna find, you know, the like the fancy stuff, right? Like the yellow tech stuff, or at least the blue tech stuff. And we'll find other spell options. Ooh, this place is a little bit on the busy side. I don't know if there's splash damage with that fireball spell. It'd be cool if there was. Of course, it's more of a fire bolt, you know, as far as like that kind of stuff goes. That should finish his ass. Speaking of blue, we got a precise club. Precise. Probably better attack rating. Increase attack rating by 3, so it's a little bit faster. Quite a bit less damage. Well, not quite a bit, but a little bit less damage. But not that much faster is the thing. The attack rating actually is worse, and the attack rating and the attack speed's a little bit faster, sure. I think I'd rather just sell that one if we have an opportunity to do so. So, I'll hang on to what we got for now. And of course, if we can get like a legitimate large axe without the negative property to it, then without the debuff, I'll take it. Okay, this thing 2-shots those guys, those big boys. All right, so I'm having flashbacks to the succubi in Diablo 1, where which near the end of the game, where they are a nightmare to deal with when you're a melee character, because they have a very good tendency to huddle together, like this corners, like in these larger rooms, and just fucking pelt your ass with their projectiles, which can really like just eat away your health in Diablo 1 at least. So, seeing a room like this that has a bunch of those, it's like, oh yeah, I remember this feeling. Of course, this is the first area, and they're really not that scary, but still, it's the feeling is familiar. So here we go. So this one actually does have a nice benefit to it, and also it is. So not only is it do we not have the crappy part, so it's not off balance, but also it's a slight boon. It has the accurate benefit, so we have slightly better attack rating. So better accuracy, we'll take it. Better accuracy, better ingredients, Papa John's. I wonder if I need to identify this, because the precise part obviously is already known, but like the blue text makes me wonder if it already is, like, if there's like more to it than meets the eye. Because this already has, the fact that this has a modifier on top of it, without it needing identification, makes me wonder if that having a modifier on top of the name means that there's like more to be revealed. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for any sort of scroll of identify if that exists in this game. Wouldn't shock me if it did. Maybe not though. Maybe that's like a nice simplification to just kind of do away with having to identify things. I always kind of liked it in Diablo 1 and in Diablo 2. They pretty much got away with, they went away from that kind of thing in 3 and beyond, I guess, because I mean, yeah, it is kind of superfluous. You know, it's not really necessary having some kind of thing where you can identify something. But I don't know, to me it kind of added to the anticipation, right? It added to the excitement of like, what's it going to be, especially when you're first starting out. Like when you're a seasoned, well-honed player of the game, it probably does feel unnecessary. But I don't know, I have a soft spot for that kind of old school way of thinking. And that's what this game is all about. This game is an old school, you know, love letter more than anything. Well, I shouldn't say more than anything. On top of it being, from what I can tell, a pretty fun game so far. The potion he dropped. And of course, I'm being a little bit, you know, choosy about my health potion use, and I probably don't need to so far, at least. There's a dead guy there. Able to 2-shot that one guy earlier. It was a 3-shot, still pretty good. Can interrupt their attack animations, which is nice. Can halt them when they're in the middle of doing something scary. Yowza! This dead guy, he had a leather helmet. But I go ahead and put it on. I think we auto put it on. Yeah, baby. Wish I could zoom in and see my boy. See my drip. Something sniveled towards us. Sniveling skeletons. It's a regular old club. And I get the level without having to use a health potion, because once again, I've been trained in games like this to be very careful about how I use my my stuff. Now I'm going to pop that onto the final part of the health bar. I do wonder if we'll be able to get more health bar slots or hotbar slots. Probably not. Probably not. I'm guessing that that's the extent of the hotbar slots we have available to us. I can't be too choosy. Artem the Wizard, you're a fella. Not a villain, but a fella. You have these spells powerful enough to break enchanted chains. By the way, was he saying dialogue? Because I couldn't hear him. This might be one of those where the dialogue is, since I have surround sound speakers, it might be defaulting to surround sound, which means some channels will go to OBS, but not to me. Okay, so maybe not, maybe not. Because I've had that problem before where, like, because of the way I have my audio stuff set up, when I'm streaming in particular, certain audio things will go to OBS but will not go to me if the game defaults to surround sound audio. So that's why I like to ask. We got Ace in the house. What's up, Ace? Yeah, this is like Diablo 1. It is that is absolutely, I think, I assume at least, one of the inspirations for this game. Like, it is very much on the nose what they're going for, and that's what I'm all about, because this is the kind of game I've always wanted to play, some kind of spiritual successor to Diablo 1. Because most Diablo-likes focus on something more akin to Diablo 2, which, you know, I will acknowledge is probably the better game, but I like the slow and dark kind of feel of this kind of shit versus something that's quicker and more actiony. I love Diablo 2. It's one of my favorite games, but I have a particular soft spot for Diablo 1 in particular. So that's the same. Origins. Poked my nose somewhere I shouldn't have. All right. Lesson in humility, he says. Did not keep my insults behind my teeth when discovered, he says. Well, the power to escape, he says, but it requires a lot of mana. 6 potions of mana, then I'll give you the goods. So we have a sort of quest then. Best advice is to never anger a wizard more powerful than yourself. How long have I been down here, he says. I can't really tell if he's, like, extremely fucked up. Was there something in the controls? To zoom in. Controls. I don't think that there was. There was taunt. There's the outline modes.
You don't frighten me. Who's next? Prepare to meet your end.
So the opposite, the voice acting is kind of quiet. Here, let's here we go. Let's maybe lower the music a smidge and raise the voice up a bit.
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that.
A little bit easier to hear that one. Dead folks. Might enjoy Drova. And a Harley do Noah. Oh, actually, Ace, you might have been the one that told me about this game. Yeah, I think you were the one that first told me about this game, Drova. Because yeah, I just did a quick search on Steam. That's one I've kind of gotten on my radar. Keep my eyes peeled on it. I'm a little bit sad it didn't mark this guy on the map, because I'm gonna want to come back to him when I have 6 mana potions, since that's a bit of a quest for him, or some kind of side quest, I guess. But yeah, that does look cool. I remember you saying it's quite different and it's more, a little bit more involved than something like this. Because, you know, this game, of course, the slow nature is part of the experience, but also the simplicity of it. The simplicity of it is, you know, part of the experience too, part of the beauty. So, a game like Drova, which looks awesome, looks to be quite a bit more immersive. A lot more systems in play there. Ooh, almost got gots. Let's go and drink a potion. This room shall absolutely allow us to level, though. All the fellas and Cinderellas were slapping down. I feel stronger. For a minute, I thought these were skeletons, but now I see they're like just little... Well, I guess they're zombies, basically. They're like zombie fellas, but they also look like naked gray aliens. Naked graylians. A lot of potions. Okay to be, you know, doing this kind of inventory management in a live setting when there's bad guys obviously afoot. Dodge for armor 1. A little bit surprised. Yeah, it looks pretty ragged, all right. And Diablo 1 and 2, armor's sold for quite a pretty penny relative to weapons. So I think I will drop the off-balance rusty sword. Although this rusty sword is even worse than the off-balance one somehow. Okay, I say that. Actually, the attack rating is garbage. Never mind. All right, so I'll drop that one instead. Yeah, that's good if you want a lot of dodge but no armor. But my guy is probably more of the slow and plodding type, which means I'm gonna get got more likely. Apprentice's fetish idol of coagulation. That sounds like a party. And then a simple ass bow. I don't know if you need arrows in this game. Probably not. It's based in a different game. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's good to know. I'm gonna go ahead and apply this somewhere. Maybe this is... Oh, it's offhand support, so this would be a shield. Or... Actually, yeah, something like this. Yeah. So when I'm doing spell casting, so this is like the fetish... Or like shrunken skulls that in Diablo 2, the necromancer gets to hold. For the wands. As an offhand for the wands. Resistance to poison and something called bloodlust is available, which is cool. Very nice. The bow, don't really have room for it. I might go ahead and drop both of these things. Room for the bow. Simple bow. And I'm kind of curious. Does it take durability? What's the cost? No cost that I can tell. It doesn't use arrows. And I don't think there's durability, so yeah, it might just be pretty chill. That's kind of cool. It doesn't cost mana, obviously. Of course, the damage is going to be limited, but still, it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Okay. So yeah, dropping all these. I'm just leaking swords everywhere. These rusty swords we don't really need anymore. For the time being, at least. We got Lekinish. What's up, Lekinish? Yes. Yeah. Diablo-like. Absolutely. And when we say Diablo-like, we mean Diablo 1-like. This ain't no loot treadmill. El Gasso used that term one time to describe something like Path of Exile, and I found it was so succinct. I've shamelessly stolen it from him at every turn. Whenever that kind of conversation comes up. The idea of a game where, yeah, sometimes the the draw, like the cycle of a game, like the experience of that keeps you coming back, can feel over time like a bit of a treadmill. It can feel like a bit of a grind, and that's like probably my biggest criticism for games like Path of Exile, where like they're really cool games. Like Path of Exile is an easy thing. It's kind of an easy target in a conversation like this. But it's a really good game, and I will never dispute that. It's just not for me, and I think it's because like that kind of gameplay loop is something I tire of, where you're like very, very much unless you're playing like the challenge maps or whatnot, you're gonna be a pretty well equipped character, and you're gonna be easily able to kill like rooms full of bad guys pretty well. And you don't have to play very careful necessarily. I mean, of course, if you have a hardcore character, then you do. And if you have, again, if you're playing like the higher order difficulties, then you do. But like starting out though, generally speaking, the game's gonna be pretty easy. Whereas this game, I feel like I have to play it kind of safe because there's no town to go back to for one thing. So I'm limited by the health potions that I find. We might be able to find some merchants later on, but right now we're having to play it smart. And I like that it's forced me to get good. But it's also not impossible. Like, we're one-shotting most of these things because we have a really good weapon right now. But so far, it's very much encouraged me to play very methodical and very slow, which is exactly what I was hoping to see. What in the world is this? Some kind of oozing specimen. I wonder if this is a sign of things to come. Some kind of undulating creature. Oh, I never did level myself up, by the way. Let's do... Our attack rating's already pretty good. That's kind of nice. If you hover over, it'll tell you the last thing you fought, you have a pretty good chance. Or it'll show you the chance, rather. Agility. Yeah, so probably max mana, spell wheel, slots, which is cool. I don't know if we need mind or intelligence to be able to learn new spells. It wouldn't shock me if that was a thing. We'll do 2 more into strength. and 1 into Constitution, then maybe 1 into both of these. That's it. What about Gadonia? Gadonia. You can get on your way if you're talking about a game I'm not gonna like. I'm just kidding. It's a game I've never heard of. Gadonia. A quick little Steam search. Looks let's see, October, so 2022, so not that old. Interesting. I've never heard of this one or the second one. Do you like it, Lekonish? Does it get the Lekonish recommendation? The second one just came out yesterday. Oh my god, the second one just came out yesterday. Yeah, it looks more sandboxy, which is not a bad thing necessarily. I do enjoy a nice sandbox from time to time. But yeah, it does look more sandboxy. Yeah, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it, though, Lekonish. Yeah, early access, yeah. A little bit more jank, more Skyrim, like, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because, yeah, the quick perusal I took of it, yeah, seemed, yeah, a little bit more on the, yeah, open world RPG kind of spectrum, which, I mean, you know, I've played a lot of Oblivion, played a lot of Morrowind, so I'm definitely no stranger to open world RPGs. Didn't really enjoy unmodded Torchlight 2. Yeah, swarm swatting, exactly. I enjoyed Torchlight 1 and 2. But I enjoyed them at the surface level, but after I played through them both once, I was like, I'm good. I had no desire to go back for another run or to try a different build. I mean, the abilities were cool. The encounters were interesting. The loot experience was pleasurable. Like, you know, the amount of stuff you would find was like cool. So no, the game's good. Like the Torchlight, the first two at least, I really enjoyed. I don't know about the third one. I never got around to playing it. Ouch. So I was hoping to get that guy. Yeah, hoping to get you. So yeah, I really have nothing bad to say about Torchlight necessarily, but just, yeah, it's like you said, yeah, it's just swatting at the swarms, which, you know, is enjoyable, but that was the extent of the experience for me. Just nothing that kept me coming back for more. Another plain-ass club. Do I want to snag it? Slightly better than this club, so I'll take it. Might be able to sell for more. Actually, it's quite a bit better, because that was like a 1 to 6. Oh, it even says 1 to 5. It even says on the ground. That's kind of cool. But there's a conversion mod that makes the enemies stronger. That's good to know. That's good to know. That's something I really should consider, is something like a modded experience for a game like that. That yeah, might be able to give me more of what I'm hoping for and interact with that guy. So that does sound kind of cool. Can I ask what's the name of the mod, Ace Roy? Because that sounds like something that I might be into. Something that would match my freak. But yeah, the jank is pretty cool. There or something to consider. There's a game we played last year quite a bit called The Bloodline that I really like. Not Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. It's just called The Bloodline, and it's early access, open world, kind of Skyrim inspired action RPG, and it's very fun. It's extremely jank and very early access, but the physics and like the goofiness of the game gives you are very fun to mess with. So that's a really fun one for sure. 3 to 7. I'm gonna drop this one and get this one back instead, because it'll probably sell for better. But I'll keep using the one I have right now. But yeah, that's a style of game I do enjoy, and the jank is something to be embraced. Even if it's, yeah, even if it sometimes can be a little bit annoying, even if it can sometimes cause glitches and other shenanigans. I keep pressing the wrong button. Character builds are silly. Yep. Yeah, exactly. But charisma, let your minions do the work. It's a valid approach. It's a strat. So it works. I also appreciate how large this map is. It's quite a bit to explore. We've kind of hit a bit of a dead end, and we have to backtrack quite a bit. Get back to where we once belonged. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. So hold off on Gadonia 2 for a while. Because, yeah, very obviously early access for sure. Iron out some bugs, yeah, makes sense. I would probably be more inclined to maybe check out the first game, just if nothing else to get a feel for it. But I imagine the new one probably is the fresh one, the fresh and exciting one for folks in the community. Helping a zombie serenade his love. That does sound like very weird and very fun. Very strange and enjoyable. I'm a strange and enjoyable kind of lad myself. What can I say? Yeah, if you enjoy that kind of game, you might also enjoy... Actually, am I wrong? Is it called The Bloodline? I'll just do this. Yeah, it's called The Bloodline. So yeah, if you enjoy that kind of game, Licorice, then yeah, my additional recommendation to you is this game. And I've streamed it a couple times. It's very jank, and it's very unfinished. There's large amounts of areas that are kind of empty and kind of barren, but it's got a lot of heart. The developer posts very regular updates on the Discord server and posts patches on a pretty regular basis. They do like seasonal events on every so often, which is fun too. Of course, they did stuff for Easter. Actually, yeah, they did stuff for Easter. They did stuff for Halloween holidays, as you can imagine. Winter holidays, that is. So yeah. No, I like the Bloodline as well, so that's another good example. That kind of thing. What's up, Pelican? Good to see you. Says I'm super late. No, actually, Pelican, you were just on time because let's be real. Sometimes I'm starting my stream quite late as well, so I can't complain. Sometimes I'm the one late to the party. Let's do a little potion drinky. Appreciate how hard time hitting these guys sometimes. No, sometimes I'm starting my stream late, so you're arriving exactly when you were intended to, Pelican. It's good to see you. Yeah, the Storm Sweating can be fun. Yeah, Dynasty Warriors. Yeah, I do love me a good Muso game experience. I was just saying how I was watching a streamer. I was about to say streamer friend. They have no idea who I am, so I shouldn't say streamer friend. But a streamer I followed for a while was playing Hyrule Warriors, and I was reminded how fun that game is. And I haven't played that since really I beat that game. And when I say beat the game, I mean we played through the main campaign and then beat all the adventure maps over the course of like 300 hours a couple years ago, and I haven't touched the game since. And I would like to go back and I would like to touch it again. I would like to play the game again, just to, probably not on stream necessarily, but just kind of mess around with it, just because the gameplay and just the general gameplay loop and experience and just the feel of like the combat is very satisfying and very fun. So yeah, like you said, like that swatting at swarms doesn't mean bad. It just means it's just like not what I'm always looking for a game that is Diablo inspired. An action RPG necessarily. And I wouldn't consider Muso to be an action RPG. Sometimes there's RPG elements, but yeah, it's primarily an action game first and foremost. Book of Slow. I'm not intelligent enough to learn to learn about being slow. Ain't that some shit? So in 2 more intelligence, Nastar's Freezing Wind, the ultimate counter to hasted heroes and their masses. That actually could be kind of cool for taming mobs, so I might want to go ahead and learn that spell at a occasion. So I might apply some juice to the mind. We got Shock Value. What's up, Shock Value? Good to see you, buddy. We got Farsight. What's up, bud? Oh, no, it's okay, Ace. Yeah, I am curious. I don't have parasocial relationships. Anyway, my best friend, that is the streamer that I watch. It's tricky because I do have a number of friends that are in fact streamers. So, like, you know, a lot of the times if I'm talking about a streamer, the reality is I really don't watch a ton of streams for people that I don't like know in like some kind of personal nature. Like there's still some streamers I watch that, yeah, it's like there's no personal connection. But yeah, I'm so used to saying streamer friend because yeah, the reality is that most of the streamers I watch are indeed friends of mine by this point. You know, when it comes to people like Shake and Alias. But yeah, there's a handful of streamers I do keep up with where yeah, it's like there's no, they don't know the fuck I am, nor do they need to, do they need to. It's not an expectation. Not yet. They just don't know I'm their best friend. I'm their best friend. They just don't know it yet. I know so much about them as I loot through their the discarded contents of their bathroom trash can. I know all about their fecal coliforms and their and the lack of fiber in their diet, so I can advise them on dietary suggestions. Totally normal. It's nothing weird, I promise. Nothing weird at all. Ouch. Ouch. Can I lure them? That is a club. The ladies, the cult ladies, are unfortunately smart about not usually letting themselves get lured. I wish they would not be so smart. Oh, okay, I'm gonna fire that fucking dude. That looked like it maybe should have been a friendly fire opportunity, if there is such a thing. If there is friendly fire in this game, that probably would have done it. So the corpse I probably saw earlier probably was just a normie corpse, which is to say an environmental one. Yeah. The potion. We have quite a ways to go before we get our next level. Elementalist Fetish Idol of Virility. Oh yes, make me virile, please. Please and thank you. Health by 1, resistance gold. I think that's probably a little bit better than this one. Although that level to Bloodlust. I'm not sure what... Of course, I'm not really using Bloodlust, whatever that is. Probably switch that out. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I'm reallocating some important things. I'm making some important loot and equipment decisions. Excuse me. Excuse me. Standing in doorways to try to like lunch line them through is an old school strat that still works all these years later. Now, there's something to be said about, you know, modern games where when you kill a bad guy, especially in a game like this, the bad guy ragdolls and goes, well, and their dead body kind of flops around a little bit. But also, there's something to be said where you kill a bad guy and they have one death animation and one death noise, and that is the extent of what you get. That's all. That's the extent of what you get, and there's no additional nuance required. I do appreciate that. I really do. There's beauty in that simplicity. Here's a sword and a major land war. You're not wrong, Lekonish. You are not wrong, my man. Synergies mod? Gotcha. Cool. Maybe not to lessen the enemies, but just make it more skill required. Yeah. Just fewer enemies, but the enemies are more effective. Right. I think that's fair. Yeah, maybe not necessarily like make them harder, but just make fewer of them, and the enemies that are there are a little bit more spongier, a little bit more juicy. I'm down for some juice. 3 to 6, 2 to 5. Yeah, there was a club on the ground that I was thinking I might snag. I sleep. It's fun. Yeah, but so since we've yet to find a shop in this game, I'm assuming there's a shop. Maybe there isn't. Maybe this is truly, purely a dungeon crawler and nothing else. I mean, in all fairness, we've never found gold. There is no gold to be found. And again, maybe this is not that kind of game. Maybe there is no merchant of sorts. But if there is, I'm holding on to some stuff with the expectation of maybe being able to sell stuff if such an opportunity were to present itself. But maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. If there is, we probably would have found gold by now. So that is something to consider. To consider. A whole bunch of cultist ladies in here. I think it's cold in this dungeon because, you know, the outfits all these nice ladies are wearing, you know, I'm sure they're all very, very sophisticated and elegant ladies. But yeah, the outfit, it seems like it would be kind of cold in a little dungeon like this. Like, at least my guy's got like shoes and like, you know, not a ton of skin is exposed for him. But maybe the exposed skin for the cultist ladies allows them to attune themselves better to the demons that lurk below. Maybe it's that kind of thing where maybe it's the wing diver explanation in EDF that I always love to talk about, where the game in EDF 4.1 the game is constantly reminding you, now remember, wing divers wear very little armor so that they can remain nimble in the battlefield and jump quickly from place to place and not get bogged down by heavy armor. They require agility to be extremely efficient. It's like, listen. You don't have to, like, explain to me why your horny asses made all the wing divers exclusively ladies and exclusively big boobs and exclusively scantily clad. I'm not complaining. Just don't, like, feel that you have to justify it with a meta game explanation. It's like, listen, it's not, it doesn't have to be that deep, bro. Boobs are great. That's all it has to be. It doesn't have to be anything deeper than that, bro. So I always love to use that as an example. And yeah, they are harder. Telegraph spells. There you go. Yeah. Like Dennis remembers the wing divers in EDF. EDF 4.1 is the example that I can think of, or I guess EDF 4 is the one where they really like to emphasize how important it is that the wing divers have minimal armor. Like in the voiceovers and like the in-between mission prompts, that kind of thing. So maybe there's something like that in this game where, yes, the cultists, they have to be scantily clad because you know, they have to, in order to attune themselves to the demons. Heavy fabrics get in the way. Iron, leather that blocks the telepathic connection, the empathic connection that the cultists feel with the demons that they worship. It's important. It is important. Meerkat pops in and he goes, yo, we talking wing divers with EDF and boobs? Yes, and yes, and yes, and yes. And also yes. It's for the lore, I swear. I play it for the articles, Alex. It's totally fine. I play it for the lore. I play that class for the lore. Here's the problem. And maybe this is why I was overexposed on, like, the very funny circumstance that I was describing. It's because I almost exclusively played wing divers. It's a really fun class. Do you mean ass, Alex? No, I definitely didn't stare at their asses as they jiggled, as they flew around and bounced from building to building, and there was bouncing and things were bouncing. I would never be an appreciator of such things, okay? Yeah, there's a lore reason. Yep, Meerkat knows exactly what's going on. 2025 EDF. There you go. Here's the funny thing too. I've only played EDF 4. I've never played any of the earlier games, nor have I played any of the later games. Ooh, am I interrupting something? A ritual sacrifice? God, I wish that were him. All right, I wish that were him. I wish that were me. God, I wish that were me. God, I wish I was the one getting murdered by a unholy trinity of three scantily clad cultist ladies. God, I wish that were me. What's up, Whale? Play class and eat ass. I misread. I think you said play chess and eat ass. It's to maintain movement options. There you go. That's right, Ace. Same energy. So unlike Diablo, where you're venturing downwards and descending to hell, in this one we're climbing the tower, so we found the stairs leading up.
That won't fit.
Simple bow. This bow we have right now is a little bit better, so I'll keep that one. This. Can I attack it? Maybe it's a trap. Maybe I shouldn't fuck with it. We'll find this. We did find the stairs, but I'm kind of curious if there's other stuff on the map too. Yeah. Ace's comment reminded me of the whole thing where the Avengers movies, the first couple Avengers movies in particular, you look on the poster for the Avengers movies, you have the Hulk, strong, and then Captain America, he's got the shield, so cool. Iron Man, he's got the lasers, the projectiles on his hand, so cool. And then you see, what's the lady played by Scarlett Johansson, Black Widow, and like she's got a gun and like boobs and then ass. Like that's the extent of like that pose. And it's like that for so many of the promotional materials where it's like, here's Black Widow, she's really hot. It's like there's more to her character. I'm pretty sure I've never watched any of those movies, but still I would imagine there's probably more to that, more to her character than just, you know, boob, haha. And as a result of that, there are artists that have like redrawn those posters where everybody is like sticking their ass out. Like not just the ladies, but also the dudes have like very pronounced booties that are like very like out in the frame. So it's like, all right, now that's that equal opportunity we like to see. That's that equal treatment that we like to see. Everybody gets some booty to appreciate. Everybody wins. That's how I see it. I will grab the shield. I'll grab the shield, and because we have room now, I'm gonna grab this extra potion. There we go. Look at these stairs. These stairs are broke. Stairs are broke. They're sad. Look at the look at the lore on her. Oh. The lore on her. Hubba hubba. Heart eyes emoji. Oh my god, the lore. Oh no, that was supposed to hit. Yep. There we go. Stand still. There we go. Stand still. Let me slap you. Let me slap your ass. We need 6 of these mana potions. Precise wand. We have 4 right now, so we have 2 left. Look at the wand. It's so dinky. Attack rating goes up. It doesn't have the fireball thing though. I like the fireball thingy. Yeah, the fireball thingy alone makes that pretty sweet. So I'll hang on to it for now. Hang on to it for now. Yeah. Well, Meerkat already knew. He already knew. Yeah, Ace also knew exactly what I was getting at. Let's not pretend the comics weren't made by extremely horny individuals. Accurate. Weren't made by extremely horny individuals and weren't very much enjoyed by extremely horny individuals. Yeah, that is... I'm not trying to say these things are bad, but it is delightful how, you know, just on the nose it all is. And if nothing else, to Whale's point, that makes it more authentic. It makes it more authentic to the source material. So if nothing else, there is that. Authenticity is important. You know, you want to make sure that something like that is going to be enjoyed by the intended audience, and I think they're down for it. Captain America's got that trunk on him. He's got that dumpy. And of course, there was that one... I don't know if it's like a main comic, but it's an image that's been seen a billion times around where it's Captain America, and is that the one where he like reveals he's evil or something like that, where he's like, "Hail Hydra," but it's like a side profile of him, and it's like here's the head, it goes like beep whip, and then the chest is like goose. It's this like enormous torso. We're not talking barrel chested. It's like. And it's not like well, there are boobs, but it's not like he's like, you know, overweight. It's just proportions that are just impossible. And it's just so exaggerated. It's this like very bulbous, like, yes, there are boobs, but they're also muscles, and everything is muscle, and it's just like, yeah, I guess the term maybe is barrel chested. It's very, very exaggerated. And very funny, but it probably wasn't meant to be funny. It doesn't strike me as the kind of thing that was meant to be like pee pee poo poo. This is funny. It probably was meant to be legit. I'd like to dive into her backstory. Is that the one? Yeah. Hold up. If everyone dressed or posed as Black Widow. This is exactly the one. And Black Widow's the only one in that photo being like, you know, fairly normal. She even looks like confused. Like, fuck is going on with you assholes? And fucking the Hulk spreading the cheeks, baby. Spreading them cheeks. Rob Liefeld, is that the guy? Yeah. His proportions were always weird, but that image in particular is just bizarre. Yeah. Fucking the Hulk. And he's got the duck face. He's got the fucking duck face too. Oh my god. She looks so perturbed, like, guys, what are you doing? What is this? I'm concerned. Is everyone okay? Oh, man. Rob Liefeld. Captain. Yeah, here we go. Yep, here we go. Look at that torso. Man is just all torso. Show you. All torso, just Like it's remarkable. It's a work of art is what it is. Yeah, it's yeah, honestly, yeah, kinda. And it's a side profile. It's just like, dude, there's just the assumption is that, yeah, this keeps going down. So just that side profile means that he is that girthy all the way down. Because we see where this goes, we assume this goes. This probably doesn't just go zoop. This is probably not like a little like a you know, standing up perfectly like shaped like a question mark. He's probably this girthiness all the way down. So dude's a fucking meat mountain. Good lord, what a beefcake. What a beefcake of a man. Holy moly. Yeah, that's it. That's what he's known for, I suppose. Yeah. He ruined a lot of characters. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I only know about his, like, funny art style. Maybe I shouldn't say funny, but just curious art direction. If his writing is also questionable, then not surprising that maybe not everybody loves it. Would not shock me. Would not shock me if, yeah, he was a, if his choices were not to everyone's liking. Iconic, right? Yeah, like a Roblox character. Oh my god. And he doesn't draw feet? What the fuck is wrong with him, Elgaso? And he calls himself an artist. He would never make it in the deviant art Rule 34 community. Fuck is wrong with him? SMH my head. I always thought it was hands. I always thought his hands was the hardest. You're a real artist. You're only a real artist if you're strangely excited to draw feet, but have like a really hard time with drawing hands. that I think is usually how it goes for the professionals out there. Like, hell yeah, I'll draw that stuff, brother. But hands though, whoa, wait, listen. I'm no miracle worker. What do you expect from me here? What do you expect of me? Oop. Ooh, by the way, Whale's got something for us. Oh, snap. Oh, snippy snaps.
That won't fit.
Slap these last couple fools. We'll slap them, but I will not pity them. What I will do is press every wrong button in the goddamn world, though. I'm gonna... Because I keep pressing the Windows key by accident when I'm pressing the Alt key to highlight things on the ground.
That won't fit.
All mana potion. Fetish idol of sating. Oh, I would like to... I have a fetish for being sated, alright. I think we probably can assume safely, though, that there... Oh, I should have this armor. That's just the better version. That there probably is no shop. There probably is no shop, because we would have seen gold by now. I don't think there's any gold to be found. Teleport to exit? Teleport to exit? Huh. Oh, maybe, like, to the next floor is what they mean. Maybe that's what they mean. If you wanted to just, like, jump to the next floor, if, like, you saw it, but you want to quickly get the heck out of dodge. So, yeah, I don't need this additional large axe. Probably don't need that either. Although a not bad one-handed melee weapon is not a bad idea. Bloodlust, increased mana, that's probably not very good. I guess I'll hang on to it for now. Don't need these. Alright. Righty. He did create Deadpool. Well, that's good. That's at least something. Hands to the hardest, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hands are the hardest, yeah. And of course, it's part of it is because there's a lot of things they do. Hands can do a lot of things. And I think that's like the problem, you know, like legs, arms, all these other body parts where, you know, their purpose is fairly simple. And oh, a goddamn barrel mimic. That was not on my bingo card. My god, genuinely caught me by surprise there. Oh, I like how the oh, never mind. For a minute though, I thought like the more red was gonna be like worth more or like give more juice, because it looked like it was like a deeper red. Yeah, was what I just picked up. Yeah, they all look kind of about the same. Guess I'll continue to hoard health potions for the time being. But I think that's the challenge. Is like, yeah, like these a lot of the when it comes to drawing various body parts, for a lot of them, they're fairly straightforward, and there's only so many things they can do. There's only so many ways that a leg can bend, that kind of thing. But yeah, hands do all kinds of things. Level up. Rag armor. It's got good dodge, but shit for armor. A strong rusty sword, but it cannot compete with a precise club. Yeah, it is inferior in every way, so get it the fuck out of here. Simple bow, it's not as good. And there we go. We've almost explored this whole little nook. There's a game that I want to play that is really not terribly Diablo-like necessarily. Well, it is in the setting. The setting is very Diablo inspired. It's very old school dungeon dwelling, but the way the game plays is quite different. It's called Exanima. Almost want to say Exodia, but Exanima, and that game looks very, very fun. That game looks very fun. I watched Alias stream it. I've seen a few people stream it. Looks like a really, really cool game, and I do have it. I do have the game, so it's one that I'd like to bust out at some point fairly soon. Yeah, the way the game plays is quite different. It's more of a physics-based combat, like kind of dynamic combat sort of game. It's kind of hard to describe, but yeah, it's like a physicsy, more simulatory combat kind of experience, and also more like, I guess, gladiatorial, whereas, well, maybe kind of more gladiatorial. Instead of like clearing a dungeon, you're up against like a discrete series of foes. Not in wave format necessarily, but it's more focused on the one-on-one versus dealing with crowds like this, obviously. You know what? Yeah. We're just about done with this floor. Yeah, that game looks really cool. Looks really fun, and the general combat system that with like the way you swing the weapons and how you have to like learn how to handle certain weapon archetypes differently. You can't just, it's not just click the mouse and you swing. It's like there's very deliberate mouse movements. You kind of have to get like a feel for the weapons, and it looks very difficult but very satisfying. That's on my list for sure. On my list for sure. Rob Liefield's Captain America. That was the barrel mimic. Yeah, that was what we just fought just now. We said it was barrel chested. That was an actual barrel enemy right there. Sentient barrel. It's an artistic choice. Even if it's not their thing, yeah. It's definitely not mine. I mean, sure, it is an artistic choice. I mean, I'm not going to say that his art is bad, but it is iconic and kind of an easy target to kind of poke fun at. I'm poking fun at it, obviously. We'll come back and we have one more mana potion for that one fella. Augustus, you know what else is out there, Alex? You know what other cool games are out there? Little unknown indie game called Kenshi. I wonder if Augusto likes that game. It's hard to find him, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming he's successful. Anybody who works on Marvel, or I guess really any of the mainstream comics, has to have like, you know, some kind of weight in the industry, has some kind of following, presumably. So presumably, someone must like him. I mean, unless everyone's in on the joke except him or something. 13-year-old me. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things. Yeah, sometimes you look back on, for graphic novels at least, yeah, you look back on a body of someone's work, and in a lot of cases, yeah, it's like you'll see, like, yeah, it's no question like why this person took off. But yeah, in other cases, there have been cases historically where, yeah, everyone goes, yeah, that style was so out there, so bizarre. I mean, it was what we went with, but yeah, why was it what we went with? Like, why is that style the default for so long? We're in one comic history YouTuber. Oh, just saying that, like, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if, when it comes down to it, let's go and do Whale's Redemption, by the way. It wouldn't shock me if, when it comes down to it, if you know the right person, you know, if you know the right person, it's not who you are, it's not what you're capable of, it's not your talents, it's not this, it's not this, it's not that, it's your connections, it's who you know. I mean, there's always some degree of that, and that's you know, that's fair, I would say. So yeah, it would not blow my mind if there were instances, not to say this happened to this guy, but if there were instances where the only reason, or maybe not the only reason, but one of the main reasons they got their initial foot in the door is because, you know, they knew a guy. That does happen. It does happen. But not to say that's what happened with this particular fella. It's better than what you could do. I mean, of course it's better than what I could do. You've all seen the dumb MS Paint shit that I'm capable of. Speaking of which, we're about to do one right now, baby. About to do an MS Paint thing. I'm about to demonstrate what I'm capable of. Yeah. Yeah, and well, just to be clear, you just said, yeah, just go for the cat picture. Just go for it. Let me go snag it again. Rob Liefeld, Captain America. There it is. There it is, yeah. Give me this large fella. This big barrel-chested boy. This person says, every time I see this, I feel like I'm having a stroke. And not the good kind of having a stroke. Not the good kind. What's that one satire? That one satire documentary lady? Where she interviews people. It's kind of like a Discovery Channel, National Geographic satire. And she interviews people and she does like a fake documentary. And she's interviewing somebody about Elvis. And they were like, yeah, back in those days, you know, he'd be performing for the crowd. And you know, these women, they're seeing his gyrations, right? They're up in the front row. They're seeing his gyrations, his pelvic motions. And gosh, you know, the women would get so excited. You'd think they'd want to have, they'd lose their minds and have a stroke. And she would be like, excuse me, do you want to rephrase that at all? She was like, no, these women, they'd get so excited. They would have a stroke. You know, they would reach out. They would lose their minds. And they would have a stroke or two even. And she's like, you're just not going to question the phrasing of that and have a stroke I mean, yes, we all know there's the medical type of stroking, but there's also you're reaching out towards somebody and they're pelvically thrusting and there's a stroking motion happening, then I don't know. Philomena, that's the one. Philomena Kunk, that's the one. That's the one, yep. You don't have to be a chef to know the meal tastes like shit. Yeah, that argument is something I've never really understood, where someone goes like, it's better than anything you could do. It's like, I'm not disputing that at all, but they're the professional. They're the ones that should have the wherewithal and the acumen to be able to do something better than they are able to do. So yeah, that's an argument that falls apart very quickly. That usually when someone whips that argument out, it's because they don't have much else to go by and they're taking it personally. They're taking it personally and they don't have much, so they're just like, here's this. Ugh, they're just trying to fill out the comment section and they got nothing better to do. That's it. Bames Non's having a stroke. Call the bondulance. Better than anything. Yeah, what's up, Jet? Only applies to very specific circumstance. Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if somebody is saying like, oh, this thing that this person is doing is inferior to what I have done. Then someone else could say, hey, it's better than what you could do. Like, I suppose they could play that card. Obviously, it's probably not going to go better because obviously that's subjective at the end of the day. But still, like, I guess in that circumstance, the card could presumably be played, I guess. Jerking my dingly. Can someone please shut him up? Was Elgaso, you might have even been the one that found it. Wasn't there something that someone posted in the Discord server where someone was like, whoa, mama, if people don't respect my trans homies' pronouns, I'm gonna give them the Elvis special. And then the comment under that was, in parentheses, the Elvis special is a gun. The Elvis special is a gun. I was like, oh my fucking god. I love that one. The Elvis special. I don't think he was known to ever have an affinity for firearms, but that one fucking got my ass good. Oh my god. He's facing his right chest, but also, right, I'm with you. I'm with you, Farside. I'm with you, absolutely. I almost don't want to look at it anymore. I almost want to just get this MS Paint challenge out of the way and just get it out of here. Because you're right, it's like, the more you look at it, the more fucked up. I shouldn't say fucked up. I guess I don't want to make it sound like I'm shit on this guy's art style, but like, the dimensions are a bit of an eyeball puzzle. It's like an MC Escher interpretation of the human anatomy. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild, man. Yeah. It is fucked up. Was Elvis into fire? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. He was so into drugs, prescription drugs, obviously, and of course he was, you know, I think like a pretty accomplished guy with martial arts and whatnot. Of course, he would incorporate it into his performances. The weird, like, kind of like karate, like martial arts dance moves he would do on stage. I don't know. It wouldn't shock me if he had an affinity to for firearms. Of course, there was the story where he was so angry at, I think, an old bodyguard or something like that, someone that used to work for him that was fired or quit under acrimonious circumstances, and wrote a tell-all book revealing about a lot of uncouth behind-the-scenes stuff about him, about Elvis. And Elvis was so pissed off, he came this close to ordering a hit on him, having a hitman assassinate him. Like, because he kept saying, I'm gonna have someone kill him, I'm gonna have someone kill him. And his fixers were like, all right, let's go to the Yellow Pages, you know, let's call up a guy. And they were like, yo, Elvis, are you sure? Are you sure you wanted to go through with this? And like, apparently, before he said go for it, he was like, no, it's not worth it. Like, at some point, the cooler head finally prevailed, but like, there's this nearly tragic circumstance where he almost had a guy killed for, you know, writing a very unflattering book about him. So it wouldn't surprise me if he also had a penchant for firearms. Someone who's got that, like, unreasonable of a hair trigger is probably also enjoys other kinds of triggers. He gave Nixon. Oh, interesting. Of course, I know there's the photo of him shaking hands with, I think it was Nixon. And I think Nixon gave him something kind of weird. Isn't that the one where he wanted to, like, he requested he be given, like, a special anti-drug role or, like, an honorary member of the DEA or something like that, and Nixon wouldn't do it? There was something where he was like, because this was when he was at the height of his prescription pill abuse, but he was like so anti-drug use because because he was using prescription pills. They were prescribed by a doctor. Therefore, what he was doing was totally okay. You know, fucking downing barbiturates by the pillful, by the pill bottle full. So he had this like weird, like crusade against like marijuana and shit like that. And he wanted some kind of like designation by the DEA or something like that. That Nixon or whoever it was in office at the time wouldn't give it to him. But yeah, unreasonable fan. Yeah, Captain America is the PS1 Tifa of the graphic novel era of sorts. We got Pooba. What's up, Pooba? Are we about to do it? You know we're about to do it, baby. He says delightful. Delightful, baby. Delightful. He's giving us society. He kind of is. He kind of is. Let's put him and all of us out of this misery. Let's go ahead and knock this out because, like someone said, he's like turning towards us, but like you can still see. maybe it's just one is larger than the other. Maybe it's like I've heard about this with women, where there's some women that say like they have one boob bigger than the other. Maybe he's got the BLT. Maybe he's got the BLT. We call that bigger left tit. Maybe he's got the BLT going on. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe, you know, we're all laughing at this guy. Maybe he's got like a growth there that he's very self-conscious about. Who knows? Who knows? All we know is that it is our job to MS Paintify him in the most flattering and authentic way possible. I'm definitely not going to get weird. We're definitely not going to draw anything exaggerated. We're going to be very classy and sophisticated about this. It's not a tumor. Yeah. His boobs have boobs. Yes, he's got boobception, titception. All right, friends. MS Paint Challenge. 3 minutes on the clock. You already know what it is. Let us begin. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. So let's do big, and then there's the head. There we go. And then let's get the jaw. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's good. That's good. It's gonna look like handsome Squidward when I'm done with him. And here we go. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, maybe not that far. We'll say like right here. Here's the thing, it's only slightly exaggerated. That's what's fucked up about it. It's only slightly exaggerated. I'm imagining the Adam Driver clip from Star Wars where he's like, more. Same energy. Same energy. And again, we don't know. Actually, you can see like a teensy little glimmer. Just a teensy little smidge. So yeah, we'll say it just like kind of cuts off there. And then we'll do one of these. There we go. I might want to redo that face. That face is a little bit fucked up. Speaking of things that are fucked up, let's try to get the star. It's very stretched. Very stretched. A very stretched out little star. Very stretched out little star. And believe me, I know a thing or two about having a stretched out little star. Mine is usually a chocolate one, but still, getting stretched out is something that I know all too well. I know all too well. I'll never forget, there was one time where Gracie came home from going to the chiropractor. And she hasn't gone in a couple years, and she hasn't really needed to, thankfully, because she had like some kind of like back thing that was bothering her, and she's been pretty chill with it ever since. But yeah, there was a period in time where she was going to a chiropractor like maybe once every few weeks, and I'm trying to define the legs, but you really can't really define the legs much. Anyway, yeah, there was one time where she comes home from the chiropractor, and I was like, "Oh, how'd it go?" She was like, "It was good." She was like, "It was good." She was like, "It's always nice getting stretched out." And then before I could say it, she goes, "That's what she said." Like I was probably working from home, and I was probably working, I was probably like had my eyes on the laptop, so I didn't see her reaction. But I imagine when she said it, she was like, oh, and like knew the opportunity. She saw the opportunity and was like, "You know what? That's what she said." And I was like, "God damn it, that's good." Like that's good. Yeah, I feel like the person in the comments that said they feel like they're having a stroke, because I don't understand how these abs are supposed to work. I mean, I see like the shelves of the abs, but I don't quite understand like how that they're working the way that they're attempting to work. I feel like this is not how abs work. And then there's the belt. And then yeah, I don't think abs are supposed to like tuck inwards like that. That's gonna bother me. Here I am putting more attention to this, more care and attention to realism than a certain than a certain someone, than a certain artistic someone who is beloved by all who ever got to gaze upon his works and appreciate them for what they are. It's a beautiful thing. So we're at the 3.5 minute mark, and I haven't even done the shield. Like I'm out of practice. I'm out of practice with these MS Paint challenges. I gotta do them more often. More experience. Boop, 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 boop. Nailed it. That kind of looks like the "You Tried" star. The one where the person, it's like a gold one. It says "You tried." That's how that one feels. The one thing I think I might do is reattempt this face real quick. If not just the shape. Let's say, there we go. A little bit more chiseled. There we go. There we go. And he's got like the scowl. There we go. He's mad. He's mad, and he's got a tiny little nose. Beep, beep. And he's got like teeny little eyes. Although I'll make the holes bigger. That's what she said. But like small little eyes. But he's angry. Angry. And he's got the little wings. Boop, boop. Actually, I'll do like little feathers. Just got the one back there. Boop. Hold it. Yeah. Yeah, we just colored in. Then we're good. Then we Gucci. Blam, blam, and then blam, blam, and then probably. Whoa! Oh, I missed. One little piece, one little nugget. Nope. That's a pretty good blue. Or as blues go, that blue is suitably blue. Suitably bluetably. There's the blue in there. There's that guy. Oh, right. He's got the eye skin. There we go. Belt. Bam. And bam. And then red. Oh, I missed a layer. I missed a layer, but that's fine. It's fine. No one has to know. No one has to know a thing. There we go. Captain America. Exactly as we remember him. Exactly as we remember him. 100% accurate representation. There we go. Recreation even. There we go. Let's go and stop the timer. I only went like almost twice the given time. I only almost went twice as long as I should have. There we go. Is he pregnant? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Looked like handsome Squidward. Yeah, exactly. Oh man. But he's huge, but his body proportions, it's pretty strange, man. It's pretty strange. Chiropractors are quacks. I mean, you'll hear no disagreement from me. I know that certain people feel differently about it. I don't want to get too much into it, but yeah, what I usually see when it comes to chiropractors is like some of them apparently can do great things and can like really help out somebody if they're feeling not good with their spine, with their back, and others can be not so good and cause awful damage. So yeah, generally speaking, I have no interest in ever seeing one ever. If I ever find myself with some kind of back situation, I'd probably rather like, talk to like an actual doctor or something like that. I don't know. I don't want to sound dismissive about it, but I'm generally with Elgas with that one, where it's like I know of cases where people have been helped by chiropractors, and I know of people where people have been not so helped, even hindered by chiropractors. So one of those things where it's kind of a toss-up, it'll depend on just who you get, obviously. And unfortunately, that's a very, important part of our body. I mean, lots of parts are important, but that part in particular has a lot of important things connected to it, and you don't want to fuck it up. So generally speaking, I would say it's, pretty much not worth the risk, but in the case that Gracie was saying, she did have a positive experience with this particular chiropractor, but yeah, it's something, the way she would describe it, I was like, yeah, it does not sound like my cup of tea. Maybe it's better in other countries. It might be. It might be. It might be better in other countries. It wouldn't. A lot of times it usually is, in my experience. We got Big V. What's up, Variax? Good to see you, buddy. Is this the best art stream on Twitch? Well, we took a brief detour from Tower of Kalemonvo so that we had an MS Paint redemption. And I'm feeling pretty good about this one. What's up, Ryan? It's a refrigerator is wearing Cap's suit. Built like a fridge, Ryan. That's good. That's very good. I'm only upset I didn't think of that first, because that's very, very good. He's not angry, just serious. You're probably right. He's probably more stern. He's not mad, he's just disappointed. Professional human beaters. They just beat the shit out of you. There you go. There you go. What's this one from Farsight? Very good. Very good. Babies are stored in the boobs. Today I learned. Well, then where are they going to store the piss? If it's in the boobs, where does the piss go? Alias, help me out with this one. We're having an anatomical quandary, and we need your assistance. If the boobs are where the babies are stored, then where does the piss go? Is the question. It is the question. Also, Alias, thank you for that raid. We're playing... well, it might not look like we're playing Tower of Kalemonvo, but we were playing Tower of Kalemonvo. Then we had an MS Paint redemption, and it led to discussions of realistic human body proportions and human what ectype, is that the word? That an ectype that is maybe more fridge inspired versus anything else. It's stored in the balls. I get the boobs and the balls mixed up all the time. All the time. It's a rookie mistake. It's a rookie mistake. It's that simple. Okay. All right. Well, okay, so I guess that removes the theory then that when this original image was drawn, Cap just really had to pee. That's what I was thinking. He just had to pee really bad. That's why he's looks so serious, so stern, because he can't find the bathroom and he's very upset about it. Stored in the abs. I mean, it would explain what's going on here. It would explain about what's going on here. Each ab gland can hold 1 liter of piss. Damn, son. Damn. So that's why some folks like to have like the jacked abs. They can like go on long car rides without having to stop for potty breaks. Pretty based, if you will. poop is stored there. Oh, that's where I get it mixed up. That's where I get it mixed up. And babies, right. Yeah. So the idea with the original pose was it was to be copied off of a bodybuilder. Because yeah, this image apparently is infamous. Not the one on the right, but the original. The original apparently is infamous. The particular artist that drew this image of Rob Liefeld, apparently he is very well known in graphic novel circles, and his style is I don't know, unique. It is unconventional, unorthodox, you might say. And this is our MS Paint challenge, and I think we nailed it. I think we nailed it pretty good. But yeah, apparently a lot of this guy's art, Rob Liefeld, apparently a lot of his art is of a similar style. It's just this particular image is especially weird, given like he's like facing. It's like a side profile, but he's like you're still able to get like both boobs pretty well. Like you get a big view, and also like the thing that throws me is I kind of cheesed it here where I like showed the more of the torso. The shield takes up so much space you can't necessarily see how far down it goes, but it's kind of implied at least that yeah, he's this thickness, he's this girthiness all the way down, which is, you know, impressive. Good for him. Good for him. Good for all of us, really. So that was MS Paint challenge complete. Let's go ahead and save this one down. Thank you to Alias for that raid. Hopefully Alias didn't have a moment where he was like, let's find a raid target. And then he goes, oh, Alex is live. Let's raid him. I'm sure he's doing something completely normal. Don't worry. And he's going to be playing a cool game. I'm not going to bring up his stream to verify. I'm just going to send you guys there. You can trust me. He's always such a well-adjusted and sophisticated and understandable and not at all mysterious and strange little man. Strange little smelly little man. Cap. Hold on. Is there like a good file name? I'll say thick cap.png. All right, so this is going to go to the Discord server, by the way. If anybody is just dying to know. Anyone is just dying to know. We do have a Discord server. I know, shocking, right? A person that is on this website, twitch.tv, and has a Discord server, right? What a novel concept. So not everybody has to join it. You know, you don't have to. I'm not your dad. But if I was your dad, I'd be very proud of you. I'm not your dad, so you don't have to join it. But if you do join, there's a channel in the Discord server called MS Paint Masterpieces. And it allows you to gaze upon my work, ye mighty, and despair. You get to gaze upon all the ridiculous things we've drawn on this segment where we do the MS Paint challenges. And you might have seen in the when I was saving the file just now, that was number 406, I think. We've done 406 MS Paint challenges, including the one I just uploaded. It's there for all to see. So if you want to see more stupid shit like that one, more goofy-ass MS Paint nonsense, and there's some dumb, goofy ones, no doubt. There's a whole bunch of them. So if you want to see more of that kind of stuff, they're all in the Discord server. I've uploaded every single one. So if you were just dying for more MS Paint debauchery, we got you covered, bro. We got you covered. Alias, thank you for that raid, bud. And you know the work, you know the way it works. You know the deal. If somebody raids, I always like to ask if there's a clip to share because you're a freaking homie, and I appreciate you, bud. And I should be good this Sunday for games. I was telling Shake Rated the other day, and I told him it's like, man, when I got home, I was excited, but I was like, man, I feel kind of tired. And I checked the time. I was like, fuck, it's like 10:40 already. Man, I was so bummed. It's like, damn, I have to miss out on games with the boys, man. That's such a bummer. So I'm bummed I missed out on Sunday. But I did lurk on a few of your guys' streams, just so I could, add to the view count a little bit while I was getting ready for bed. So it was it seemed like it was a fun time. Shake also informed me that you guys did really, really well. You guys did really, really well without me. That you guys performed very well. And that I think Shake was like, yeah, we didn't like live a single round. So it's like, all right, we need Alex to be slow and be holding, like be the caboose. This is the caboose that's like holding it down way back there in safety land, so that way when everyone goes out and gets fucking murdered by bullshit, they can say, all right, we got one like anchor back there to bring it home for us, baby. So anyway, no, I'm bummed I had to miss out last time, but it's just unfortunately how it went. I'm glad we went to the thing that we went to. It was something that was, let's say it was out of town. It's like a 2-hour drive. It wasn't that long it wasn't that far of a thing, but it just went crazy late. We thought we'd be home by like 4 or 5, and no, even before then. But yeah, we got home. We realized like, oh shit, we don't have anything for dinner because again, our kitchen is still in a state of disrepair. Although it's almost done. Kitchen stuff's almost done. But yeah, that moment where we can't just like whip up something for dinner is like, it was a bit more of an ordeal. So it was a good day, but a long one, a very long one. Anyway, Discord server, like I said, all the links for that I mentioned are in the channel, or in the chat, that is. So if you want to see more MS Paint stuff, it's all there. In the meantime, though, Alias does indeed have a clippy to see. To see what our man was up to, or has been up to. Shoutouts to Alias. Thank you again to Elgaso for shouting him out, by the way. Playing Voidbreaker. That game, if it's the game I'm thinking it is, rather. If it's the game I'm thinking it is. I don't know if it's a game I'm thinking it is, but if it is, it's one I've got my eye on. I'm going to do a quick Steam verification. Voidbreak. Oh, it's not the same game I was thinking, but it does look pretty dope. Hell yeah. Coming soon to early access. Interesting. Here's the Alias clip. Let's see what our boy was up to.
The laser do be just
Primordialis,
folks. The nice part is I don't have to worry about the overcharge myself since it's just on. Oh my god!
Oh my god. Oh!
Holy shit! Oh my god, that was sick as fuck! That was so cool.
The title?
That was so...
The title, I was like, alright. We all know where this is going, but I still want to see how it goes.
Yeah, the laser do be just cutting into folks. The nice part is I don't have to worry about the overcharge
so those things
myself
pop.
since it's just on. Oh my god!
Jesus.
I have to worry about the overcharge myself since it's just on.
Oh, is that the one
my
that got
god!
You? No.
Since it's just on. Oh my god!
I like the perfectly cut stream.
Since it's just on. Oh my god!
Perfectly cut screams. So I'll confess, I saw the explosion. I didn't see exactly what killed you though. Oh, maybe that's what it was. It's like it spawned. Well, no, it looked like you died before that thing went off. Oh, of course, I know there's a health bar down here though. Maybe that's what I should be looking at. Cause yeah, it like when that thing popped, it took a big chunk out of you. Oh, the heat got you. Oh, this thing. I see. Yeah, just the knockback. See if we pay attention down here. Whoops.
But the overcharge myself since it's just on. Oh my god!
Yeah, there it is. I do love a good perfectly cut scream. That is always good. Let me get caught up on chat. But yeah, thank you, Alias, for that raid. Raiding despite what I'm sure was a very debauched and very fucked up stream thumbnail. So I appreciate you bringing your people to me despite what I'm sure was a off-putting thumbnail that made you question your sanity. Or question my sanity. Questioning everyone's sanity, I guess. But that was a fun time. It was fun. I enjoyed it. And yeah, that was extremely... I mean, I enjoy all the MS Paint challenges we do, but that one was especially silly. Was he emphasizing his Giat? I mean, he didn't have to emphasize it, but he did a good job. He did a good job in doing exactly that. Spoop is upside down boobs. Man, I thought I was a fairly like deep intellectual, and yet here we are. Alchemist asks, "Is it okay to drop a link?" Yes. Links are always allowed. I mean, usually I ask not to like spam, stuff that's unrelated. But yeah, if there's something related, always relevant, always acceptable. Yeah, in that particular image, it's just his worst piece. Yeah, excels at drawing women with boobs. Excuse me, booblies. The shield covers the sensor bar so you can't see his Amazing. Amazing. Oh, and by the way, there was a Bomber Friend redemption. Thank you to Whale for the Bomber Friend redemption. So shoutouts to Red Bomber, who did a great job holding it down for us. But now we're bringing it back to the classic boy. There we go. Yeah, Voidbreaker looks cool. That game looks really cool. And I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on it. I'm guessing it was like a demo or an early access build. But thank you for the goofy clip. That was extremely fun and goofy, just the way I liked it. Just the way I liked it. By the way, we are playing a video game. It's not just memes. I mean, it is a lot of memes, but we're also playing a video game. This is Tower of Kalemonvo. Very cool Diablo 1 inspired looking game. And looking and feeling. It doesn't just look like a Diablo 1 sort of experience, sort of inspired experience, but it very much plays with that persuasion as well. Diablo is, of course, a series that plenty of people like, and or at least are familiar with, and there's a bajillion Diablo-likes out there. But a lot of the Diablo-likes that I've played, the game is sold as being a Diablo-like. Usually it's something more akin to Diablo 2, something a little bit more actiony. Something more actiony, something more fast-paced, something that's more about kill a bunch of bad guys at once, clear the whole screen, get a bunch of loot, use the loot to improve your numbers, and quickly jump back out there and kill more bad guys and get more bundles of loot, and like that's like the gameplay loop it becomes like a treadmill after a while, like a loot treadmill. Whereas I love Diablo 1 because I liked how slow-paced it was and how scary it was. You could very easily run out of resources. You had to play it smart. You were kind of underpowered relative to what you were dealing with, at least in the first, several areas in that game. So, and I haven't actually found a lot of games that were very specifically inspired by Diablo 1. So when this game came out, I was excited. And when I got a review key for it, I was even more excited. So that is the Plan Arena. We actually just got to, we just kind of finished clearing the first floor, and I found this next level right here. We actually have a side quest to give a dude we saw earlier 6 mana potions. I have 5, so we'll need to come back here in a meowment or some more when I get some more mana. But in the meantime, let us ascend. Now, instead of in Diablo 1, you're descending down from the cathedral, down to the catacombs and the caves, and then ultimately to hell. In this game, we're climbing the titular tower. A lot of really cool FPS, yeah, just interesting FPS nuances. That sounds really cool. Some Portal, some Half-Life. Wow, good influences. Absolutely. Absolutely. Out of curiosity, Alias, did you ever hear of or play a game called Trepang 2? Trepang 2. It is on Steam. It is very much like the way it plays, especially like with the bullet time mechanic. It has a lot of fear. FEAR, first extraction something recon. The like mid 2000s FPS that had really cool bullet time mechanics. That's a very good game. It's a very good game, and a lot of people that enjoyed Fear 1, in particular Fear 1 specifically, really enjoyed that one. However, it's I would say you don't have to have played Fear to be able to appreciate Trepang 2. The AI is very smart. The gameplay is very engaging. The slowdown mechanics are cool, but and like the weapon design is like the way the weapons handle are all very satisfying, and it's just challenging enough. I think the challenge, like the way the game kind of presents itself, the level design, I think is like very smart. The plot is kind of predictable, but it's very, very fun. So if you're looking for kind of that same kind of thing, an FPS that borrows very heavily from a lot of very good FPSs, but does so very well, and maybe brings like kind of a cool modern spin onto some of those nuances. Trepang 2, highly recommended. Yeah, spiritual successor. Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. Plot-wise, I can't really say. Well, I could say. Maybe I shouldn't spoil anything, but I would say that plot-wise, it's different enough. What's this, by the way? Enchanter's Lifeblood. Huh. I wasn't expecting it to be a thing that opens my inventory. Do I like drop stuff in? I drop the shield. Oh, it enchants something. Cool. So now we have a thorny wooden shield of virility. So I could have potentially given it my axe. Now we know what it is. Also, it's all like purpley. Yeah. The game looks like it's a very fun game. And like some of the antics you can pull off, like some of the moves you can pull off in that game are fucking wild. It's a very cool game. And there's the kinds of things it lets you do in certain circumstances, because you can like if you sneak up behind a bad guy, you can grab them and take them hostage. You can throw them at other dudes. It's there's a few things in particular that I'll never forget when I first discovered what the action button does when you grab somebody, because there's the usual like, yeah, you can snap their neck, blah blah blah. There's an extra feature in Trepang 2. There's an extra action button in Trepang 2 when you grab someone and take them hostage, where, for those who know, if you know, you know, like what you do when that happens. It's extremely cool and tactically has a lot of cool advantages to it, but it is especially silly and very off the wall. Increase health by 4. 1 damage to the attacker. I don't know if it's really worth it. I think I like my two-handed axe too much to part with it. Yeah, Trepang 2, love that game. And I really enjoyed Fear as well. I did play Fear a couple years ago and I loved it. Only played the first one, but I did play the expansions. I really loved that game and the expansions. I do want to play 2 at some point. I've heard that 2 is a mixed bag and that 3 is... Not a lot of people had a lot of good things to say about Fear 3, but I still want to try them out at some point to experience them for myself. Also, large hallway with ominous marble pillars. A little bit concerning. See, oh yeah, so you've seen them before. Yeah, you've seen the games before, so you know a general gist of what to expect, or what they entail at least. Wooden condom with spikes. Ooh, spiked for no one's pleasure. But time for some foodsies, of course. I know it's getting kind of late. It's getting late for people that have, like, you know, more well-adjusted, normal sleep schedules. Here I am drinking a soda. It's 11:20 p.m. Like a weirdo. It is a school night. It is a school night. What the heck is wrong with me? Actually, the soda's a reward for myself because Thursdays are the day I go into the office. I usually work from home, but I go into the office on Thursdays, so that's my treat for myself. It occurs to me I've not saved in a while. Now, if I need to, I could always switch to my spellcasting thing. Who needs spellcasting when you got big axe and lots of healing potions? Also, a cat on my lap, and she is not being in the way at all. Ouch. Yep, Shanny, you're not being a pain at all. Ouch. Of course, I got him on the ropes. He's red, and he's almost dead. Ouch. He's dead. Not quite the same level of scary and ominousness or even challenge as the Butcher from Diablo 1, but I'll still take it. What kind of stuff did he have? Something different with the way sprinting works in that game. I've heard that mechanically the game is okay, but there's like things, what's the word for it? Like narratively that kind of fly in the face of what the first game was about. Just some stuff with the way the story is told, that not everybody loved. The gloves of precision. Better tank rating, I'll take it. And then rag armor, dodge 5, armor 1. I mean, I think I'd rather have better armor, TBH, so thank you on that. Elf blood cape of grounding, though, so slightly worse armor. But you get better agility and resistance to lightning. The agility part actually sounds kind of cool. And it's green. That's dope as hell. I love the green. Green is quite cool. For anybody curious, by the way, so far we have yet to encounter any sort of shop. And in fact, we've never found any gold either. So I don't think there's any gold to be found. Why do I have 0 mana, by the way? Maybe he was, like, doing something that was stealing my mana. So yeah, I can't cast anything right now. Yeah, maybe, like, his attack, like, saps mana when he slaps you or something. Not gonna be too worried about it. Speaking of which, though, let's go ahead and head back. I do have my 6 mana potions. Let's head back and give the guy the goods. He's gonna be very excited. Turn in that side quest. Oh, the door closed. Oh, you can't go back? Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. I guess so the door shuts behind you, so you can't kite him like you could in the Butcher, when fighting the Butcher in Diablo 1. Because, yeah, that was like... The Butcher in Diablo 1 is a very hard and very scary fight. For one thing, I thought as a kid it was, like, literally scary because he's this big and very, very fast dude. And he's covered in blood, and, like, the room you see... When you see his dominion... You see, like, the room in which he spawns. He's, like, just all these corpses lining the walls. It's fucking grotesque and brutal. And, yeah, he is a hard fight. He's very easy. He attacks so quickly, and it's easy for him to stun lock you. So if you're a melee character, it's very easy to get got by him. He's fucking brutal. And one relatively like reliable cheese strat that some people recommend is to find any sort of like semi-permeable wall where you can't walk through, but you can shoot through it if you have like a bow and arrow. So one cheese strat is to like exit the area where he spawns and just have him chase you, and then find one of those semi-permeable walls and just get him stuck behind one and just pelt him with arrows till he dies. Shane, it's a good thing you're not in the way. Menacing Cauldron, by the way. I will drink from the cauldron. It gave me like a random spell, Healing Light, and Dark Pact. Huh. Did I have both of these already? Where's mana for a price? Every third use permanently lowers your... Ooh, that's pretty rough. Pretty rough. So it gives you both of these. It gives you both of these spells, I guess. Yeah. So they're in my spell book. I could add them to my spell wheel. I really don't see myself using either one ever. Unless, like, except for, like, extremely dire circumstances. That's hard to imagine, honestly. Well, we did love earlier, and I kind of forgot about it. TBH. I think I do want to go ahead and give myself this Book of Slow. Gotta be mind? No, it's intelligence. I mean, my mind do be a little slow sometimes. Intelligence also dictates spell slots. I don't know if I'm quite so worried about spell slots necessarily. Oh, I say that. Well, maybe I should be concerned because I was thinking they meant spell wheel slots. Oh yeah, they do mean spell wheel slots. So I can still know more spells, but having them in short order is the key apparently. So 2 points there. Let's do also 2 into strength and 1 into constitution. There we go. Oh, 1 more HP to go, man. 1 more HP to go. Oh, baby. Okay. Anything else around here? Now, I don't know if this game has dynamically generated dungeons. This area seems fairly statically generated. Kind of area that is really just a boss encounter and that's it. That's fine. I'm not trying to say that's bad necessarily. But, as for like the area preceding it, the area after, I don't know if that is predetermined necessarily. The any key, there it is. And again, we have all these potions, and that one dude, unfortunately, could not go back. Try as I might, I was unable to go back to return to him those mana potions. Maybe we'll see him later, and we can give him the goods. Now we're seeing mana potions out the wazoo. I never used a single one. We found exactly 5 in that first floor. It's not meant to be. Faceless. They're kind of hard to see. They remind me of there was a similar enemy in Diablo 1, actually. I don't remember what they were called, but they had like active camouflage. They would kind of wink in and out of visibility. They're like little goblin fellas, and they weren't necessarily very strong, but they were just annoying that you wouldn't be able to tell how many there were when you entered a room because they would only pop into view. Ooh, arrow fellas. They would only pop into view once they were like a certain distance away from you, or a certain proximity rather. Ouch. Oh boy. Can I lure them back towards me? Because this could get a little bit dicey. I'm not careful. Oh. Get his ass. Not dropping anything. Fire fellas. They can break barrels. Good to know. Which might imply that they can... Oh yeah, it's like it might imply that they can maybe hurt other enemies because we know that there are barrel enemies. There are barrel mimics even. I'm gonna exit once again, see if I can draw that guy to me. I could draw all the spirits to me too. There's this flame fellas. That would not be a bad thing. A shield of some kind. I think their attack speed is not crazy. Not crazy fast, but it's fast enough. Do they deal damage when they die? Ouch. I don't think so. I don't think that explosion actually deals damage. Yeah, I think it's just cosmetic. Yes, I'm curious about the shield. Not that we really use shields right now. Shield of Sating. How many potions? How many potions? A little time. Pieces to mana. Health. Yeah. None of them are particularly exciting. Just health by 4. Only damage of 1, though, which is not very exciting. Probably that one. Oops. Do you mean to drink that potion? That's fine. But I have so many potions. I really don't need to hang on to all these things. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and learn this. And, of course, I can't cast it right now. Enemies in the area become slow, reduce their movement speed. That sounds great. 5 seconds is still quite good. Still quite good, so I'll still take it. In fact, can I say F1? There we go. That one listed. And then, of course, that one can be F2. Oh, there we go. That's only when I have that other weapon equipped. Only when I have this equipped can I switch. Otherwise, can't actually use that fireball spell. Okay. Nothing else around here. This... not interactable at all. There's no doors I can open. I'm grateful that we're seeing... oh. I didn't even notice you. I'm grateful that we're seeing some new enemies pop in. That's just the same guys from earlier. And it's kind of fun seeing some things that are, you know, again, direct callbacks to the kinds of enemies we see in Diablo 1. I'm also looking forward to maybe some truly unique kinds of things. Enemies that are, you know, a truly brand new idea. The, there's something from Doom 1 and 2, the Skull guys. Lost Souls or Burning Souls, maybe? I can't remember what they were called in Doom 1 and Doom 2, but the floating skull fellas. In Doom 1 and 2, they would... I can't remember if they would shoot projectiles at you. I know they would definitely launch themselves towards you and try to tackle you, and they would explode when they died. Mammoth Wing, by the way. So visually, they remind me of those dudes, but they're, you know, of course, quite different. Become visible when they... yeah. Yeah, the dudes we're seeing right now are the ones we were fighting a little bit earlier. Yeah, the faceless. With their weird, like, jitterbugging that their faces are doing. Crossbow, that's cool. Get the fuck out of here, yeah. And the fact they run away when they take a certain amount of damage. I don't think they heal over time or anything. So, if you wait long enough, presumably they'll, you know, they'll come get your ass. Oh, I don't want to leave. Ice floor sounds interesting. So I'll go and snag it. Can't learn it just yet. But soon. Also, a fancy-looking crossbow. I'm guessing it probably has a slower attack speed. Can't even use it. Normal attack speed, whereas a bow is... normal. Okay, so it's just a slightly better damage rating. No obvious trade-off that I can see, at least. Ooh, yeah, that guy's... He's got a fancy glowy bit about him. Ooh, boy. Again, I haven't saved in a hot minute.
Out of mana.
Oh, I have no mana. Right. Minor issue. Good thing we have a lot of healing potions. Oof. I think I got a lot of healing potions, a whole belt full of them. Probably a good reminder that I should save. But not load, I should save every so often. No, granted, we did have an autosave, which is good. We did have an autosave, which is good. So even if I would have died there, we wouldn't be completely screwed. Here's about this scimitar.
That won't fit.
Of course, I have a bit... oh, look at that. We have a fancy potion. We have a fancy potion. Now let's do that. A hot bar. Keep that. That'll be our panic button if something like just deals so much damage. Takes us like from full to nearly dead instantaneously. There it is. So the damage is really nothing that amazing. Resistance to cold is nice. Yeah, really both of these are already quite better. So if there was an option to sell it, if we could sell this back at town, I would love to, but yeah, so far as I can tell, there's no option for that just yet. No sort of like trading post necessarily, or mercantile. No, it's normal attack speed. That's also normal, yeah. Yeah, the scimitar just not quite able to cut it, unfortunately. I think I'll probably drop that one too, honestly. And out of these things, increase mana by 1. That's pretty boring. I sleep. The bloodless spell, we never did use that, so I guess I'll leave that for now. Otherwise, we have an overabundance of extra potions. But I mean, I did have to use a full belt of them just now, so I mean, maybe I'm not being overly cautious. Maybe I'm being the exact amount of cautious. Good to know. I really appreciate how the green cloak turned my entire body green. That makes me very happy. Was that coming from this way? I think we did explore this area fully. Yeah, I think this dead ends for now. It do dead end for now. Right, it was next to the exit. So yeah, if this was like a speed run, if we were trying to go fast, then yes, the exit is right here. That's great. But I'm very much in the way of thinking that is, I would like to explore more and get more levels and get more loot and get more strunk. So if I get to a higher area too quickly, higher level area too quickly, I will get got. I'll feel sad. And then I will have a rare moment of having a non-pro gamer moment. You know, a rare instance where I'm not a professional gamer and, man, my reputation would never recover. Something all fiery approaches. Ouch. Oh, it's a big fella. Oh, boy. All right, see? You see? This is what happens. Also, it occurs to me I never did drink that mana potion. Someone is very on fire. Ouch. I miss when you guys were scared. When you guys were nervous. Okay, good, we found more dudes. You know, normally it's like, yeah, you slap one of them, they take damage, and then they run away. I'm missing you guys are running away all willy-nilly. Go ahead and freaking one of these guys. Slow the asses down. That way I can engage a little bit better. Bling. Actually, I'd rather deal with the masses. I'd rather deal with the masses a little bit better. Ouch. I'm saving the best stuff for last. Of course, that it lowers movement speed, but not attack speed. So it's not all animations. Of course, if we die, we just had a save, so we'll probably be fine. You know, I wanted higher order difficulty, higher order challenge, and I'm getting it. I'm getting that challenge. Oh, he did get me, unfortunately. What I'll do is I'll load the save we just used earlier. We just made, rather. And yeah, before we do anything else... So that of course, is still the same. So we're gonna drop this guy and drop that guy. Just drop some things we have no use for. That for now. Pull this bad boy up because we just got those mana potions. I think that's one where I'm going to have to rely a little bit more on the ranged options, specifically. Pop one of those, and then, yeah, the slow is cool. The slow is cool, but at the end of the day, I think Fireball's going to save me because the ranged damage is going to be really nice. We could always use a bow as well, or the crossbow, I guess. The crossbow, of course, is the safer option. Well, except I can't use the crossbow, right? It'd have to be a regular bow. Oh, we have goblin bow, by the way. I noticed this. Can I pick it up? So, agility 13. We have exactly 13, I think. Lucky number. A crossbow that we saw earlier, I think, required 14 or 15, so we're a little bit further out from that one. But this one would be a little bit better damage. Damage 4, so at least that's more consistent. I don't think there's splash damage. It'd be cool if there was, but I don't think there is. Alright, so that was further this way, I think. Because that guy was fire enchanted. Actually, before I do that, there were some buggos. Let's just be regular melee for a bit. They run away. Run they punk asses away. Ouch. Quite a bit of damage, honestly. Yeah, at this point, I'm glad I've been hoarding health potions like a weirdo. Come back. Come back. I just want to talk. Surprised by how hard of a time I am with hitting that guy. There we go. I was gonna say I hit him like I swung at him like a billion times, only hit once. So that second hit finally procced. We're ready to switch to the other thingy when the scary time happens. Scary time comes. Just wonder if I overstep, I will very much regret it. So it's like, yeah, it's like I want to draw in as few at once as possible. I poke my head too thoroughly, and if I turtle head myself too suddenly. Also, if possibly nice to lunch line them. Lunch line them kind of one at a time in a doorway like this, versus allow myself to get surrounded. The fact that they're not coming makes me think this was not it, though. Oh, is that it? No, that's a flaming skull guy. A lot of arrows, though. A lot of arrows. Makes me nervous. Was it up there? It's entirely possible the spawns might be somewhat procedurally generated. Perchance? Potentially perchance? I wouldn't expect that, but I mean, it's entirely possible. Some of this is procedural, so maybe it's gonna be different mobs each time. Maybe dodge for wow, that's just really good. So we lose the agility, which means I can't use that bow. What does one agility do for me? Better chance to dodge. That would be just better armor. So my armor rating right now is 19. Chance to hit skeleton. Oh no, that's attack rating. Yeah, I don't know if there is a stat for armor rating. That dodge goes down. No, wait, no, dodge goes up. Oh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, we actually have a better dodge. Worse agility, but a better dodge. No resistance for lightning. Yeah. Oh, there's the armor stat. There we go. But no mention of what armor does. Presumably, it's, you know, just armor resistance. Or damage resistance, rather. Or it contributes to damage resistance. A little bit surprised that that produces... Well, actually, no, I'm not that surprised that that's a little bit more armor than a cape. The downside is the cape looks awesome. I love how the cape looks. And this looks hilarious. We look like we are... Like we stumbled into this dungeon after trying to fetch a pail of water from the well, and we like fell down into a cave or some shit, and we found an axe. And we're like some old grandma who's just fucking kicking ass and taking names right now. So we look hilarious. But, Constitution and intelligence. Sorry, if you're not intelligent enough. The implication that if you're not intelligent enough, you can't wear these robes. Like it's too complicated to put on. The belt loop, the way it like all attaches together, it's too complicated for simple-minded simpletons to wear. So we'll go with it. I'm a little bit sad about the lack of lightning resistance, but I mean, it's only 7%. It's not really a whole lot. There's the fire boys, and so far as I can tell, they're not taking the bait. Oh, the skeletons are, though. Skeletons are the masters at taking the bait. There were more skeleton fellows than that, though. There's more melee coming at us. And so far as I can tell, he did not get got by any of those wayward projectiles. So we've yet to see friendly fire really be an actual thing. Ouch. Ooh, there's more over there. Okay, that makes me scared. Ouch. Ouch. If there's another way I can go around. It's a very large room, which has me a little bit nervous. Maybe I can just go around. Approach. We have a ways to go before we level up. As you can imagine, with a game like this, you level up, or when you level up, you get your full health back. And I'm gonna make a fresh save. Whoops. Grab a 2. There we go. Yeah, when you level up, you get your full health back, and all at once. So sometimes in a game like this, especially if you're trying to be considerate for your resources and not be overly wasteful, you if you realize you're getting kind of low on health, but if your experience meter tells you you're nearing the next level, you might want to wait and hold off, see if you can get that last kill that takes you over before you die, you know, before you lose all your health, obviously. But of course, it depends on how close you fly to the sun, because if you are too dangerous, if you take it to the limit too exaggeratedly, then you might regret it. Also, I had a sneaking suspicion these other fools would be here. Sure enough, this is why we gave ourselves more mana earlier. I could use this to, if nothing else, pop them from a distance. Because, yeah, the fireball spell is quite good. Quite good. And now with that, used a full mana potion's worth. This guy still hits like a goddamn dump truck. Good lord. This guy's way harder than the boss we fought earlier. He gives many things. He gives a thick hood, which is a better helmet. Well, actually, is it better? It's oh yeah, way better, way better. And also looks funny. Well, actually, it would actually look badass with our cape. Well, and by badass, I mean less weird, but yeah. This is not a game where looking good is the primary motivator. We're more about, oh, can I pick it up? Can't pick it up. Weird. Let's kill this guy first. Yeah, looking like not a weirdo is not quite as important. The numbers game is much more paramount to our survival. Huh. Very weird. There we go. Now I can pick it up. Yeah, it's being very particular. Very strange. So I get those potions, obviously. Maneuverable bracelets.
That won't fit.
There's a lot of dudes we killed. They dropped a lot of stuff. Requires 13 intelligence. Kind of surprised that there's a piece of armor. Oh, but I guess it's like mage armor, I guess is the idea. Item dodge by 50% of the cost of armor. Increases item dodge. I guess that means dodge bonus given to you from items specifically. And then it says at the cost of armor. So I guess that means that, yeah, it's a better dodge bonus. Yeah, I think it's what, oh, I see now. I see the numbers are blue and red. So yeah, that dodge goes up. This armor goes down. But it's pretty good, honestly. It's pretty good. And the next time we level, it only takes a single point into intelligence. I'm going to go to 14 anyway so I can get the Ice Floor book. Spell known. So, sure. I think that's more than reasonable. More than reasonable. Cool. Cool. I'm glad we were able to take that guy down because I was getting nervous. I was getting nervous that guy was lurking around the corner. But we were ready. We had that fireball spell ready, knowing that it was going to get scary. There's an honest-to-goodness mimic. Not nearly as scary as mimics usually are in games like like Dark Souls, obviously. And he didn't drop anything cool, unfortunately. So also unlike mimics. I was telling Gracie that, yeah, usually in Dungeons and Dragons and various mythos where mimics exist, usually mimics are a very high level and very scary thing to fight. But also, if you manage to take one down, you get, of course, quite a bit of experience and also usually a lot of loot, because it's generally understood that if a mimic is successful, it's going to kill a lot of adventurers. And if it kills a lot of adventurers, it's able to get a lot of loot. So you kill the mimic, you presumably have the lion's choice, the lion's share at least, of all the bad guys, that all the heroes that came before and failed to vanquish. Failed to fell the beast. I'm going to draw this guy out. Those arrow fellows are making me nervous. Get their asses. The mimics in Dark Souls, they are very funny. With their long, spindly legs. And they're like their weird kick attacks they do. But of course, everyone's had that moment where, I mean, unless you've seen someone else play the game and you wondered why they would kick or even like full-on melee attack every single chest they see. That's why, because of course if you walk up to a chest that is actually a mimic, if you attack it, the chest or the mimic will react. It'll be like, oh ouch, it'll take damage. Whereas if it's a chest, it'll do nothing. There's no downside to attacking a regular chest. So yeah, every chest you find in Dark Souls, you really should melee attack it just to be safe. So unless you've done that with literally every single chest in the game, then you've probably had that moment where, yeah, you're cruising along, you're gaming, and then suddenly you try to open a chest and this fucking thing just engulfs your character and you're like, oh dear God, what the fuck was that? That is a scary circumstance. Also, I'm noticing, I didn't really make note of it earlier. Fancy projectiles, even magic projectiles, go right through those guys. I think it does some damage. It does some damage when you hit them with a even magic projectile. I wonder if arrows are the same way. If we try to shoot arrows at those guys, if the arrows go through those guys and they don't take as much damage. So certain bad guys, of course, it stands to reason, will be more susceptible or even less susceptible to certain kinds of attacks than others. This melee attack obviously does a really good job against these guys, but when they're in that ethereal phase, at least, projectiles have a hard time getting their asses. I'm back. Okay, then run away again. There you go. Yeah, they are strong. Of course, if you're generally aware of their attack patterns, mimics are like not too hard to deal with. But yeah, for new players, they are a very easy folly, an easy thing to get got by. And of course, it's just so iconic. You know, like the design of the mimic is so iconic. And there's a number of like well-known places in at least Dark Souls 1 that I can think of where the mimics will easily trick a lot of new players. And, you know, if somebody is nice, they'll leave a soapstone note that says, like, danger ahead. And if someone is mean, they'll say, amazing chest ahead. Safe chest ahead. Don't trust him, man. Don't trust him. Part of the fun, though. Part of the experience is just going through that whole thing and seeing it for oneself. So, unfortunately, the skeleton guys did not take my offer to follow me. So maybe they did because... Oh, there they are. I was going to say, I know they were down on the side. Same with the skull fellas. Menacing obelisk. Oh. There they are. I knew they were coming. Get his ass too. I think that's what happened. I ran away earlier. No, I didn't run away. I tactically and strategically repositioned myself. Extolling the virtues of strategic repositioning. Strategic backwards repositioning. Yeah, I ran away because I wanted to take on those melee guys. Foist. Seems like the archers are able to spot you from far away, but the flame boys, not quite as much. So they're not quite as obnoxious to that point. The number of times I'm being shot at by an off-screen archer that I haven't seen yet, but they saw me. The flame boys don't seem to be quite as over the top in their ability to spot you from downtown. Strong, simple bow. I want to get that one though. 1 point into agility wouldn't be a bad idea. Definitely don't want to min-max where it's like all strength and nothing else. Definitely want to do a nice smattering. What's the menacing obelisk? A wizard guard is stronger than mere iron. I think that's mana shield. It's mana shield. Can I see? Doesn't show, but if I had to guess, that icon above our heads, it's like it is in Diablo 1 and 2, it's probably mana shield, which means as we take damage, we'll lose mana. Which is good and bad. Of course, we have a lot of mana potions, so it is actually quite good. And actually, to that point, maybe I'll use that as an opportunity. Kind of balance the scales a little bit. Do that. There's mimics in Karzan. Hell yeah, that game looks super cool. Or Kazan, rather. Remain burrowed until... Oh, they'll eat the loot. Oh, that's sneaky. That's sneaky. Funny, but sneaky. Offhand mace. Or off-balance mace, rather. Which means it's not quite as good as it would normally be. So the club we have is better as a single-handed melee weapon. I keep that single-handed melee weapon the off chance we find like a really good... Well, the shield we have right now is okay, but if I find like a really badass shield, then I might switch for it. But at some point I might switch off from two-handed weapon. I mean, really, maybe that's something I should consider. Because if we look at this right now, our damage is 4 to 10. Whereas if I switch to this guy, a shield, our damage goes from what I say, 4 to 10? 4 to 10 to 4 to 7. Yeah, maybe I should make the switch now, because our damage output is still pretty good. So we lose a little bit of max damage, but we gain a little bit of mana and lightning resistance, and better armor and better dodge. So, yeah, maybe it's time we make that switch. Maybe it's time we make that switch. Like, we probably knew that was going to happen sooner or later, so maybe I should just accept it. Of course, we attack faster as well. Normal attack speed versus very slow. So, yeah, so I'll be keeping my eyes peeled for a weapon, a single-handed melee weapon that can compete. Right now, that's probably the smart play. Smart play. I try to be a smart boy sometimes, but only sometimes. Long simple bow, yeah. So like that one's 3-6, which is pretty cool. How does that compare with the crossbow we saw earlier? I wonder. Crossbow. Dexterity 12 versus agility 3-6 and 3-6, but better attack rating, better and same attack speed. So they're both one away. They're both one away. Yeah, I'd probably do the crossbow honestly. That one's 10.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Really? Are you sure?
I can't do that.
Oh, there we go. It's just a little bit off kilter. Okay. Do a quick save, by the way. I should probably be saving just every so often. Okay. Alright. And actually, give me one sec, friends. I'm going to use the little hobbit's room. And slurping down this soda like a champ. Because I'm really good at slurping. I'm good at sucking things down. What can I say? What I was known for in college. Give me one sec, friends. I'm going to use the restroom. Might run to the other... might run upstairs real quick and grab something. Give me just a few minutes. Might run upstairs for just something real quick. It shouldn't take long. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get right back to more games. Probably stream for another hour or two at least. I'm really enjoying this game, and I'm looking forward to going through another floor or two at least. So I shall return, my friends. I'll be right back. Here, I'll click back in the game so there's some background noise. It's not just awkward and weird. I'll be right back, guys. Friends, we're back at it. So that took a little bit longer than expected. I ran upstairs, and when I ran upstairs, I walked by the fridge. And when I walked by the fridge, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I thought it was Captain America. I thought the fridge was Captain America with the, you know, with the very large torso from earlier. So it scared me a little bit, and had to, you know, I had to take a minute to collect myself. You know, I had to wipe my tears. You know, I get how I get when I get scared. Unstable's with me. He knows what I'm like when I get scared. He's observed what happens when something spooks me. I'm like a horse. I start bucking. Start kicking my legs out. It's dangerous. Good to see you, bud. We're playing a cool little game. It's a cool little game called Tower of Kalemonvo. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, but it is a Italian developer. I'm trying to say it how I imagine somebody would say it if they are of Italian descent. Very cool so far. Very Diablo 1 inspired. I'm digging it. Yeah, I am digging it. And earlier we did an MS Paint challenge of that one iconic Captain America photo where he's got the gigantic boobulars, the gigantic chest. And now it's all I can think of. All I can think of is refrigerator Captain America. And not a bad thing. Well, maybe it's a bad thing. I don't know. But he's in my head, and he's in there forever, as it should be. Looks like Diablo. Oh yeah. Diablo is absolutely the one of, if not the major inspiration for this game. And not just in looks. Oh, I like how the blood is being drawn over, is being rendered over the I think it's Mana Shield is what that is. They didn't tell us what it is, but if I had to guess, it's probably Mana Shield. So it's a fun little detail. Or really, it's probably a glitch, but I'm sure they can get that fixed up. But no, it's very fun. It's a very cool little game, and this is, I would say, checking the boxes of what I've wanted from a more Diablo 1 inspired Diablo game. Because up until now, most, really, if not all of the Diablo-inspired action RPGs that I've played usually are more focused on the action side of things, where you're casting spells or doing cool effects that clear out droves of enemies, you know, laying waste to bad guys effortlessly. And usually it's a bunch of bad guys all at once, and you know, you're one-shotting everything, and maybe not one-shot, but you're able to dispatch guys with the greatest of ease, and it's like it's like a power trip. You feel like a badass. You feel awesome, and I enjoy those kinds of games. But I've always been of the opinion that Diablo 1 was underrated because it was a slow and methodical game. You had to be careful. You had to use your resources smartly. It was still an action game, so it wasn't quite to the scale of Baldur's Gate, but something closer to Baldur's Gate. In that style of game where, yeah, your resources were limited. You were not an overpowered badass. You were a heroic person, no question, but they couldn't just fucking, you know, cascade a shockwave that decimates 400 bad guys. You know, it's not like a Muso game, right? So I appreciate this game is slower and more methodical. It makes me, kind of forces me to get good. And there's already been a few cases where, yeah, we see a mob that just kicks the shit out of me, and I have to, you know, tactically reposition. I have to beautifully and tactfully reposition myself. No, I'm not running away. No, I wasn't that I ran screaming and crying and pissing myself. No, I was executing a proper and superior tactical maneuver. That's all it is. Also, Book of Purifying Circle. So if I get more intelligence, it's Jover. It's Jover. The Souls-likes probably. I like to think so too. And that's the other thing too. I remember we talked about this at one point on stream where I was saying how there's not a lot of games out there, really hardly any that I can think of, that scratch the same itch that Diablo gave me. The closest thing really probably was Dark Souls 1. The problem is that if we're talking Souls-likes, you know, I do enjoy a good Souls-like. I really do. The downside though is that a Souls-like usually is more involved. You know, usually the systems in a Souls-like are more complicated than something like this game, at least combat-wise. Combat-wise, it's more involved. You know, there's a lot more timing. There's a lot more nuance. Whereas this is really easy to pick up and play. You know, I don't have to. It's not that I can just turn my brain off and just be like her and play like a dumbass. But I'm also not necessarily having to like get exact timing with parrying and having to like really chew on like enemy patterns, attack patterns, and block patterns, that kind of thing. So for me, this is a good, like, it's stuff to focus on for sure, but also I could just vibe and focus on the environment and focus on just the vibe and the experience of the game, and not be so hyper focused on like any tiny little encounter could fucking end by shit. Because that is, you know, how the Dark Souls experience typically goes, because any little encounter could absolutely end your shit, and frequently does. So I appreciate the simplicity. Because I mean, I do love me a good Soulsborne game, but the simplicity of this kind of game is very refreshing. That's the downside of you know, any of the Soulsborne games, where like usually they're closer, because of course it's going to be more methodical. But yeah, there's a side to it that I was not necessarily seeking out. I'm glad this one delivers. There's no game that scratches that itch. Then you might need to seek out some medical experience, some medical expertise, rather. Now, Elgaso, I'll have you know, I'm referring to a video game, and not, you know, I'm not referring to that time that I spent, those years I spent in prison. And, you know, there was that, my old prison buddy who, you know, we all called Diablo. I'm not referring to him. And the itch that he gave me deep down, I'm not referring to that. That was a different time in my life. I prefer to move on and not dwell on these things. Looks like I did lose my mana shield, which is a shame, but kind of my bad. I should have been more focused on it. Oh, geez, I'm kind of getting my shit kicked in a little bit. I did pick up a potentially better weapon. It's purple. I mean, that on its own means it's better. Poison damage. Oh, baby. Poison damage. How could I... Oh, look at that. We even got a little poison trail. Hell yeah. It does a little poison trail. It's purple. I got a purple shield and a purple sword. It's fucking meant to be. I'm the grape warrior. Grape flavored. Coming at you, bro. Right, that concerns me. I was hoping he would move up, but he's not schmoving. Not schmoving at all. Maybe I can come around to the other side. Now that I've lost my mana shield, I have to go back to healing potions like a normie. Oh, God. Get poisoned? You nerd? Did he get poisoned? I don't know if it's poison over time. It might be. Well, I think it is poison over time, but it's a very brief over time. I think it is just immediate poison damage. Because, yeah, in Diablo 2, they would say, like, poison... Like, so many poison ticks over so many seconds. Like, per second over so many seconds. This one, I think, is just some flat damage. Not a bad thing. As flat as justice. At his ass. Ouch. His ass is next. Where's the skeleton fella? Where's the skeletonular felatonular? The skeleton felaton. I don't know where he went. I thought there was a skeleton archer that was maybe looking for me. Maybe looking for me. He maybe thought I was kind of cute. Saw me in the bar. Saw me from across the bar. Really appreciated my vibe. Wants to get to know me a little bit. Wants to buy me a drink or two. Whitest kids, you know, that is... I'll admit, I'm only, like, on the surface level, vaguely familiar with Whitest Kids, you know, in some of the skits. Of course, I know about, you know, the vacuum that rips your dick off, and It's Saturday, and local sex pot, Trevor Moore, who, R.I.P. Ooh, there's a conversation happening. Can I join the conversation? Can I be besties? Can I be? Are we all being besties? Are we all being nice? It's all the nice people here, right? The Abe Lincoln skit, that's a good one. And now I know where that voice clip came from. Now you fucked up now. You have fucked up now. I've heard that voice clip. I've heard that audio clip, but I never knew the context. And now I do. I know it forever now. And I cannot unknow it. Now you have fucked up. That's the one. That's the one. As they need a book. So, Zelfler, the slasher. Tear, the perjurer. Perjurer. Does that mean he... Oh. Uh-oh. You're not doing that. Oh, dear God. They fucking hurt. I mean, I'm fast. Ouch. He fucking exploded. Hell yeah.
That won't fit.
I got an achievement for stealing the book from the Demon Brothers. It was not intentional, but I'll fucking take it, baby. Fucking exploded his ass. Yeah, that club can eat an entire penis. We got chain lightning, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So now I would say, what we say? We say Q. Chain lightning, yeah. Yeah, that should be F2 for sure. Costs 9 mana, 3 damage, but it bounces around, bounces on a crazy style. Love it. Love to see it. I have a whole bunch of stuff, by the way. Shield block. Wait, shield block. Raise your shield to block incoming attacks. Kind of cool. Agility 12, which I do have, but it costs health. Ugh. I don't want to spend health for things like this. To increase attack speed. Kicks to my heart, never gonna stop. Whoa. Yeah. Baby. Reflect projectiles. That's cool. Multi-strike. Ooh, that's cool. 3 strikes in a quick succession. Accuracy be damned. That's cool. Excuse me. Haven't really looked at the weapon arts in a while. So the only ones that would maybe be kind of helpful in the immediate future would be these two. Reflect and shield. Specifically for projectile. Well, actually, no, not just for projectiles. Physical attacks or projectile. So it's just like, it puts up like a proper block mode for a bit. I don't think you can attack while that's active. That is pretty cool. Of course, this one can actually reflect things. So how do you set this to being... Because obviously it's going to be on that bar. I'm wondering how you... Oh, I think it said... Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's right. It even says on those. There we go. So even though I can't use these... Yeah, I can't actually use that, but it does still show up. Interesting. Good to know. That's good to know that I have some of them available to me. It's fun that I kind of accidentally stole the book from those guys. I got excited, right? I like kind of jumped the gun because I saw after their conversation ended that the stuff dropped and they moved towards like they were gonna steal it. I was like, well, do I wait around and see where this goes, or do I just go for the kill? In for the kill. Rusty sword off. Oh, hand axe though. It's a single-handed thing, I think. Maybe it's single-handed. Dexterity. Yeah, this is just better. And it's more green. Hell yeah. Yeah, the sex robot. Yeah, sex robot. Yeah, we played sex robot not too long ago, actually. Am I referring to a YouTube video or a game that I play with my mods behind closed doors? We played sex robot on stream. What does that entail, Alex? Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. So it is more damage. It is more base damage. Attack rating is garbage. And no bonus damage from poison, obviously, and it's off balance. So there will be better hand axes later on, but right now this one is not worth. We'll hold off. Opposite day, gallon of PCP. I don't know if I'm familiar with those two. I do not know. Opposite day might ring a bell, come to think of it, like a distant bell. Hard to say. Also, I wonder if I would have killed those guys before the dudes would have opened the chest. I wonder if it was one of those where only they had the power to open the chest. Maybe if I would have killed them prematurely, the chest would have been forever locked and I would have been forever sad. Hard to say. All I know is we got the goods. We got chain lightning now. Life is fucking badass. And we're getting pretty close to a level, which is pretty hot. I definitely look forward to getting... That's pretty good. Good crowd control. Yeah, I did blast those fools. I do look forward to getting the Mana Shield spell eventually, because that'd be pretty nifty. I also look forward to maybe at some point getting, if possible, a some form of like mana regeneration. Because, you know, this is part of the balance of this game, is mana does not regenerate automatically. This ain't no Diablo 2. Or any of the subsequent games for that matter. So yeah, in those later games, mana would just regenerate automatically. It was pretty sweet, but we don't have those modern conveniences, those modern niceties. Right now, we have attack rating goes up by 2, but we could have better dodge, better armor. Sure. Can't really see it, but it does show on our person when we like switch out things. If I could zoom in, I would. So I like how those gloves look on us, but these are more gooder, and they will eventually go for these instead. Okay. Then was there something else that I found? We have the ability to use this small crossbow now. I think it's because this thing. No, something else. Something else. Oh, it's this guy. This guy, it's +5 to dexterity, which is a bunch. Hot daughter? I don't think I know hot daughter. Yeah, chain lightning earlier would have been a godsend, absolutely. Something being illegal to say. Sounds like I've got some homework. Sounds like I've got some why does kids you know homework. Oh, and Kitty History. I really enjoyed Kitty History to the point where I downloaded the song. I bought the song on iTunes so I could add it to my library. Kitty History, history just like ours. I'll never forget that one because that was one where like we watched it on stream and I checked the comments and one of the top comments was, guys, I'm not sure if this is like about cats. I'm beginning to think this is a thinly veiled video about something else, but I can't put my finger on it. Oh boy. Some fire resistance would be real cool right about now. We've seen a lot of, no poison damage, very little lightning damage, very little cold damage, lots of poison, or lots of fire rather. Staff of Sating. Yes, I would like to be sated by the staff, please. Damage looks like it's quite good. Damage is 4 to 9. Quite good. Good attack rating. Slow, but not very slow. Increases mana. So, solid for sure. But it doesn't do the poison, though. We don't get the bonuses for other things. That's pretty good. Yeah, Kitty History. Oh, that was a solo Trevor Moore. Gotcha. Very unhinged. Extremely good. I love it. I love that video. Shockface says, I want to put my finger on it. Yeah, it's a good weapon for sure. And the increase of mana sounds nifty. But I think the poison does, well, the fact that this has like the poison damage on top, so that 2 to 7 really becomes a 3 to 9, presuming it's not immune to poison. So then this 4 to 9 doesn't quite hit as deep, and also this has a higher attack speed. So I think for now I will avoid the Staff of Sating, even though it is a very good staff, no question. Stone Frostbitten Fetish, Idol of Virility. A virile fetish. That's right, that's what we're all about. Oh, I did pick up an amulet earlier. Increases spellcasting speed. That's pretty sick. That is quite sick. 2 to Constitution. That just increased health to, by 1. But it's an increase to con by 2 and also increased health by 4. And better resistance to cold. There's no poison resistance. That's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. I'll have that be part of our alternate loadout. Pretty cool. Oh. Fucking splattered his ass. I was earlier talking about the butcher and the room in which you first encounter him. And all the bodies laid out on the walls and on the floors. This is like a, you know, it doesn't hit as deep obviously because like the violence and the graphics just are not quite as artistically presented. I mean, the graphics in Diablo 1 obviously aren't, you know, they've aged, but I don't know, I think the grotesqueness in that game hits deeper. It's different at least as like 2D sprites versus 3D models. I mean, 3D models can of course look great too, but I think like the butcher's room is way more disturbing in that game than really anything of violent nature in this game. And that's not to say that like this game like looks bad. It's more just a testament to how well Diablo 1 I think has aged, relatively speaking. Even though most people would acknowledge the visuals have aged. I don't think that's a controversial statement, but I think the presentation style, it's style over, you know, over goodness or badness. It's more just a matter of subjectivity there, but I think the style is quite effective all these years later. And of course, some styles just age better than others, generally speaking. We're definitely seeing some degree of that with like the prequel trilogy Star Wars movies, like those, you know, that early 2000 CGI was I thought really good for its time. But yeah, you watch those movies now, and the age is noteworthy. It is very, very clear. Like, ooh boy, this feels like it came. This looks and feels like it came out in that era. And not to say it's bad. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, but you know what I mean. It's like it's. Oh wait, he can aid me. He says. Can aid, you say? All right, I'm listening. I'm listening. I've been here for a long time, bro. Noble warrior, if you free me, it'll make it worth your while, he says. I'll repay you in so many ways. Do we trust him? Can we trust him? He says, release me from my prison. Pretty please, with cherries on top. Been here long enough, he says. The way for us to free him? Maybe there's like a lever or switch. This one right here. This one right here. He says, release me pretty please. Let's save first because I don't know what to expect. Although I can guess. I can guess what to expect. Yeah, artistic choices, exactly. The grotesqueness of Diablo 1 probably looks better in general. I mean, I think I would agree, although there's a couple of moments in Diablo 2 that are pretty fucked up too. But certainly when compared to 3 and 4, yeah, it's kind of no question. He says, you fool! Or she says. You know what I think? I think you're dead, is what I say to that. Another medium health potion, some leather armor. Got achievement for killing the prisoner. 6 dodge, 2 armor. I will stick with this. Lashing claw. Then have poison. It's a unique scimitar. 1 to 2 damage, which is really not great, but increases damage by 1 to 1 on hit, but of course you reset damage on a miss. So better attack rating that will be deeply and thusly rewarded. I'm kind of tempted. I'm kind of tempted to try that out, maybe. So a couple of cool little potions. Or potions. Why did I say potions? Well, yes, the potions, but the bow and arrows. Bull's small crossbow. So that's probably better. So 3 to 6. Attack rating. Plus 2 to strength, which is... I mean, 2 to strength isn't going to help when you're using a crossbow, but sure, go off king. Go off king and or queen. Actually, you know what? In a weird, fucked up way, I think I am going to stick with the original one.
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that.
There we go. You have to click very, very exactly. Because the damage is the same. The attack speed is the same. Everything else is great, but this has a better attack rating bonus. And again, plus 2 to strength is not going to help with a ranged weapon like that. Definitely not a crossbow. And there's this one. I'm curious what the true shot is. It's probably better dexterity. It adds poison damage, evades evasion, which is cool. That is cool, but I think I'll stick with this guy. Yeah, I'm curious to try this thing out. I'm curious to try it out. Because the damage is pretty crappy. But as long as you don't miss, you get some pretty sweet-ass bonuses. Now, of course, we'd have to add more to dexterity, which we could do because we did just level. 1% chance for that guy in particular. Let's fight a couple more bad guys and see what our attack chances are for some of these guys. Because this will get harder as we go further because there's the... Like, obviously, the bad guys have better stats as we go along. And I'm primarily investing into strength, not as much into dexterity and agility. In fact, speaking of which, there's 3 points into intelligence that I want to do. So I can get... Well, hold on. Purifying Circle. Dispatching Undead. That could be cool. Let's go for it. So I can get all those guys. Also, I can use this thing if I were so inclined. And then... Was there anything that was dexterity requiring? I think, of course, we got this thing as a +5. Without that, we can't use that, but that's really not as big of an issue. So I'd probably just say 2 to strength. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to stick with this one really at all, but might be kind of fun to mess around with. And then I think I will slap this one on, except it's less armor. It's less armor and more dodge, so it's kind of just a split down the middle. I think I'll stick with more armor. I'll drop that. 4 has some cool cutscenes. Oh yeah, 3 had some good cutscenes too, for that matter too. Really, yeah, I would say everything after 1 had amazing cutscenes. 1's cutscenes were just okay, but they were, you know, for the late 90s, they were fine. They were acceptable for their time. 3 didn't have good grotesqueness in the cutscenes. I mean, I think the cutscenes were high quality. But yeah, maybe not quite as much like gross F factor necessarily. 4 did better than 2. That's a fair point. I mean, since I've not actually played 4, I definitely can't say for sure, you know, firsthand at least. But of course, I did see the opening cinematic, you know, the announcing cinematic where they showed, what's her face? Lilith, I think is her name.
I can't do that.
And like, yeah, that whole scene, the significance of that scene is not lost on me, and like what exactly is being done to the dudes that are, you know, trying to resurrect her or trying to summon her, I suppose. Yeah, it's definitely out there. It's definitely out there and fucked up and grotesque. So, no question that is that there's probably more where that came from. Look at all these dead bodies. That was not just like an out of pocket kind of cutscene for that game. It would not shock me if there was a lot more where that came from in that game. But just the game in general, yeah, not just in the cutscenes. Yeah, that's impressive. That is impressive. Now, I really should play the game at some point. I mean, I've kind of been on a useless, I don't know if crusade is the right word, but I've been in this mode of where I just don't really want to play Blizzard games anymore. Part of it is because it's Activision Blizzard, and it's a very different company than the Blizzard that we all fell in love with from way back when when Blizzard North made Diablo, and you know, when Blizzard made StarCraft and World of Warcraft, all these other things. Silver Skull, that's interesting. Do I put it here?
Can't do that.
Like a skull might be of use to someone. Good to know. Good to know to someone. So I mean, yeah, it's a very different company, but also like, you know, Blizzard has some not so great connotations with certain like exposés on the way they've treated their employees in the past and some of the other fucked up shit that they've gotten dinged for. So it's just kind of like, I don't know if it's a boycott necessarily that I'm doing, but I don't really have it in me. Like, I'm just not really like, I look at a Blizzard game and I go and I feel just kind of sad. Even playing something like Diablo 1 or Diablo 2, I don't know, man. Like, it affects my ability to enjoy them. Like, it's not as fun now, knowing how shitty Blizzard is now and how awful they treat their employees, how they've, like, you know, very much contributed to making their lives the lives of those who've worked for them, you know, so much worse. Bobby Kotick being at the helm for so long and actively being a force for, like, malevolence in the games industry is beyond fucked. And I don't know, I don't want to like sound like I'm trying to be like, if you play Blizzard games you're bad, because it's, you know, it's a personal thing, you know, I'm not trying to like preach to anybody, but for me personally, I lose faith in humanity when I think of Blizzard, and it just kind of makes me sad because it kind of takes the fun out of it a little bit. So as a result, I haven't played Diablo 4, even though I'm sure I would enjoy it, and I'll probably get around to it eventually, but it makes me sad. Makes me a little sad. Also, speaking of sad, this is a very unexciting large axe. Despite having some cool large axes earlier, that one is just okay. Story's pretty cool, but the end game, yeah. I mean, that's how I feel about Diablo 3. Well, even Diablo 2 for that matter. I've never had any interest in going into like the post-game content for any game ever. By Blizzard or otherwise, when it's like of that kind of Diablo-like experience, you know, grinding out rift keys, that kind of thing. I lose interest real quickly on that kind of stuff. I'm not trying to say that it's stupid necessarily. It's just not for me. It's not for me specifically. So I see that kind of stuff and I go, I mean, it's cool that other people enjoy it. Not for Alex though. Not for Alex. Intelligence 21, Purifying Circle. I guess the next level. If you're able to, yeah, level 1. So yeah, you can level them up. That's kind of nice. They devalued themselves. That's why Microsoft bought them. Did Microsoft buy Blizzard? Activision Blizzard? I know they bought Bethesda, but I can't remember if they bought Activision Blizzard. Yeah, the breast milk in the break room. Yeah, you reminded me about that shit, Ogasso. Yeah, I had purged that shit from my memory, but we were joking about something with Blizzard not too long ago, and you were like, "Oh yeah, the breast milk thing, Alex, right, Alex?" And I was like, "What?" You were like, "Don't worry, it's a thing." And I was like, "What? This makes me sad." So I had like successfully purged it from my memory banks, and then Ogasso forced me to remember it, kicking and screaming. So Blizzard is owned by Microsoft now. I had legitimately forgotten that. I had legitimately forgotten about that, honestly. Maybe it was like such a big news thing that Microsoft bought Bethesda that my puny little pea brain couldn't comprehend Microsoft buying two fairly large and well-known gaming companies. Did they buy it from Activision, or did they just buy Activision as well? Because, you know, we all just call it Activision Blizzard because I think Activision bought Blizzard, and it was like more, I mean, they called it a merger, but it was basically Activision buying it, and Activision top brass just kind of took over. I don't know if that's like the sole excuse for why Blizzard, you know, became what they're known for now. I mean, I'm sure these things don't happen in a vacuum, obviously, but before then, Activision wasn't exactly like, you know, I wouldn't exactly extol them as being a bright and shining beacon of hope for the gaming industry before then. Alex, you call yourself a gamer and you're not constantly thinking about breast milk? You got me. You got me. Or if I am, I'm thinking of somebody enjoying it, you know, as intended, and not having to steal it from a break room. Breast milk being enjoyed as intended and consensually, and not being stoled. That shit's just weird. That's just weird, man. Live long enough to be consumed by the eldritch Microsoft. It is not terribly surprising, obviously, for the Xbox brand. Yeah, shoot that barrel. It'd be nice if they could attack each other, but I guess that would maybe be a little bit too exploitable, because I'm sure there's going to be bad guys later on that have crazy AoE shit. So if they're, like, attacking other bad guys, that could get very silly, but the fact they can attack barrels is kind of cute. They did buy Activision, okay. That was why they got rid of Kotick? Oh, okay, because I know Kotick's out now, but it took years of hand-wringing to get his ass out of there. And that's how it happened, yeah. I legitimately forgot about that shit. And I'd purged that shit from my memory banks. And now Ace is forcing me to remember it, much like Elgaso forced me to remember the breast milk incident in the break room. So, apparently there's all this bad news. This is what happens if you don't play a Blizzard game. You just, you lower your exposure to Blizzard bullshit, and you live a happier, healthier life not knowing what kind of bullshit they're onto. I was better off not knowing. I'm kind of curious to see how that looks. Am I a pretty princess? Kind of. I'm kind of a pretty princess. Of course, this one requires agility and constitution. This one just requires intelligence, which is kind of cool. So different armor classes and armor types having different restrictions or requirements on them is kind of cool. It's pretty neato. We've fully and successfully cleared out this strange place. It looks like we might have. Oh, actually, I kid. One burning soul fellow remains. He pops. Pops went his weasel. Alright, so now let us ascend, my friends. We've cleared this area out. We got actually I should still have chain lightning spell selected because I like that spell a bunch. That being said, there's this one, Ice Floor. That slows stuff that steps on it. I guess it's kind of similar to Slow. It costs more and it lasts longer. Lasts for 6 seconds. and they remain slowed for 5 seconds after the effect ends, or after they're affected by the effect. Whereas this one is more of a just 5 seconds. So Ice Floor is like a better version of the slow spell. And then Purifying Circle summons 8 spikes surrounding the target position. Does 3 hollow damage, so good AoE. Good shit, good shit. We got Dwarf. What's up, bud? You were playing this night as well, Dwarf? Dwarf, I've mentioned before how there's been a number of times where I'll be playing a game and I'll be enjoying it, and then like a day or two either before or after, Dwarf will be streaming it. Or I'll see Dwarf playing a game and I'll go, damn, that looks badass. I'm putting that on my wish list. So I'm not gonna say we share one brain cell, but I steal some of your brain cells at least. I steal 2 or 3 of your brain cells from time to time. I steal a few of them, or I borrow your brain cells from time to time. So up to 3 times, 9 damage. That's really good. Yeah, as far as like a really badass spell that is kind of a nuke, that's a good one. That's a good one. Although that being said, since I have one more spell slot open, I'll give that one to damage, 8 spikes, 3 damage, multiple spikes scan at the same target. That's pretty cool. Probably have this one for... Actually, no. We'll have that one. Because I'm not going to need that slow spell anymore. We've basically got it just a slightly more expensive, but just generally better version of it. Unless the area is smaller, area of effect, but it probably isn't too bad. So that'll be... what I say? So we'll have that one be F1. This one be F2. And then since I have a 3rd slot, give it to that one. Cool. Cool. That way I can diversify. Dwarf, what'd you think of this game, by the way? Because we were just saying earlier, I love Diablo 1. And there hasn't been a ton of Diablo-like games that I've played, at least, that properly reference Diablo 1. Usually a Diablo-like that is advertised as being a Diablo-inspired game usually is more inspired by Diablo 2. You know, usually it's more of an action fest, more of a screen-clearing experience, which is still fun. I love Diablo 2, but not a lot of games that properly play homage to the OG, like the very first one, which is, you know, slower and scarier and harder, I think. I think this game's a lot harder than Diablo 2. I'm enjoying this shit. Do not continue this line of conversation. She was like, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Manual saving before you go up the stairs. Oh, good to know. Thank you. Thank you for the heads up on that. Because, yeah, you probably just saw. I'm over here like, yeah, baby, we got that auto save. I'm feeling real good. I'm sitting pretty. So thank you for letting me know about that, Jorf. I'll make sure we do that going forward. Especially as we go to other scary areas. Scarias, if you will. What kind of build did you do, Lauren? Because you can probably tell I've got like that spell sword, spellcaster mage kind of guy. Wounded paladin. Yeah, I got the sword and shield, but casting spells sometimes. Intelligence is not bad. Strength, dexterity. We're popping off all right. So a friendly face. He seems to know who I am. It's a lore dump. Want to read all that? Yeah, I ain't reading all that. Sorry that happened to you. Or I'm proud of, or happy for you, bro. Not sure which one. The bug creatures, he says. Okay, one of them managed to wound me. Bug creatures are tough. It took all our strength to carve a path through their tunnels. So the holy leader. Okay. I dropped my shield though. Should you find it? Good. Well, I'm a shield kind of wielding fella. What's up, Lauren? D2 is a shoot 'em up. Yeah, D2 is a it's a screen clearing experience where you walk in, you cast one spell that kills like 4 or 5 bad guys. They drop gold, they drop cool weapons and items and whatnot. Like it's fun. I love Diablo 2. And I would say by many measures is probably the better game compared to D1. But D1 does something that really no other Diablo game since has done, and very few Diablo-inspired games have even attempted to do. So I have a soft spot for D1, and as a result, I'm always extremely excited when I see something like this that is very evocative of D1 in particular. So the cultists. Cult of the Sun and Moon. Because it is fanatical scum. Remnants of a bygone era. Bygone age. Praying to celestial bodies, grants them strength, so they think. Kidnapping peasants for their rituals. The leader's name is Ambagazar, balding lunatic who would no sooner sacrifice those closest to him if it would benefit him ever so slightly. I would like to personally witness the execution of that degenerate, he says. How about the giant buggies? Whoops, no, sorry. I'm trying to click the scroll wheel, not walk away from you rudely. Give us a first-person D2. I'd be down. I'd be down for a first-person Diablo 2, absolutely. It's in an oversaturated market, yeah. Well, that's part of my problem, is that whenever I play a game that is very clearly gunning for what Diablo 2 did, happened with Path of Exile, happened with Torchlight, didn't happen so much with that Achilles game we played. I really enjoyed that one. That's more of a Titan Quest-esque game more than anything. But yeah, anytime I play any of these advertised as, bro, if you love Diablo, you're gonna love this game, and then I've tried it out, I fire it up, and I see that it's D2 inspired. In my mind, usually what happens is I get a certain point in, and I go, this is cool, but I would just rather be playing Diablo 2. If I want a Diablo 2 inspired experience, I'd rather just play that one. And I think that's because of the oversaturated market, like Ace Roy said. I don't really have that problem with this game. Well, for one thing, again, I have this weird thing about not really feeling comfortable playing Blizzard games right now. But even still, I appreciate this game. It has quite a bit of different things going on. Of course, the D1 influence is very prominently worn on its sleeve, but I appreciate that there's some deviations that are enough to kind of give it its own voice as well. So I'm having a good time here, but I would almost want that problem to happen where there's an abundance of D1 inspired games that properly attempt at least to do it justice, as I'm enjoying this a bunch. And the bug demons, he says, so a bunch of empty cages and dead cultists. Maybe the cults are fumbling with their tools, maybe, so to speak. The cultists are getting eaten by the buggos. All right, any advice? Give me a skull. He like rips his own skull out of his head and gives it to me. And his fleshy head without a skull is like flapping around. Go knock on your glass, slapping around. Many rooms are sealed off by mechanisms. Couldn't explore much. I'm no good at this kind of stuff. Do not underestimate their warrior caste, he says. The brutes wear no armor and feel no pain. They relish it. I found a peculiar object even. And more useful than me. Good thing I asked. My collection grows. If I put him in the cube, if I find a third one and put him in the cube, will I get a flawless skull? Yeah, then they're not better, of course. Right, yeah, that's how I feel. I mean, usually it's a Diablo 2, but different. Like, that's like Path of Exile is a very good example of that. You know, it's like Diablo, like Path of Exile is like Diablo 2, much more modernized. Some very different takes, and of course, you know, the end game experience. This little sad little skeleton, he's so sad. The end game experience, or I guess post game experience, for Path of Exile is also quite different than what you'd experience with Diablo 2. And it's free to play, like, you know, there's all these other kind of things that set it apart. But yeah, there's at least that sense of this is trying some other things, which is kind of cool. It's trying some other things and focuses on other aspects differently, so it's different enough, but yeah, it's not different enough for me, though. That's the thing. For me, though, it's like I'd rather just be playing the original, especially because the things that Path of Exile focuses on is stuff that I don't really have much interest in. You know, I don't really have interest in like looking up bajillion different kinds of build opportunities. I'd rather just kind of go off on my own and fuck around than to, you know, have to keep up with the meta that is ever evolving. 2 does look pretty cool. 2 does look very cool. I've been disheartened by the more recent changes and the more recent patches, because it sounds like Path of Exile 2 is kind of rubbing up against itself, or its past self rather, where Path of Exile 2 wants to be slower and more methodical and more Dark Souls inspired, but it keeps trying to also placate the people that played a lot of Path of Exile 1, and they want faster mobs, they want faster encounters, they want the screen clearing experience. So it's like there's this weird like dichotomy that Path of Exile 2 is stuck in the middle of. So it's in early access right now, you know, it's still got a ways to go, but I'm sure they'll figure it out and it'll get there. But right now it's in a weird place, and I haven't had any interest in playing it myself. I've watched people stream it and it looks great, but yeah, just probably not for me, honestly. It's fire damage, increases health. It's pretty cool, but no armor. What's my guy at right now? Armor, so I would lose an armor of 2, but I get a dodge of 5, which is pretty sick. Pretty cool. I think I'll go for it. Of course, that only is relevant when we're using that armor set, that weapon set rather. So it doesn't really do me any good right now. But if I end up switching back to that guy for some range opportunities, that'd be a pretty good one. It's moved away from it. Yeah. Because at the start, it looked like it was a lot slower, a lot more on the slower end of Diablo-inspired games and action RPGs. Yeah, more Dark Souls inspired. Yeah, the boss fight. Yeah, that's exactly it. I've heard the boss fights make it feel more like a Soulsborne game, which for some people is not what they're into, but I think is awesome as hell. Yeah, it's very, very cool. Ouch. But of course, I would think that's cool because I want the slower, more deliberate kind of playstyle. Yeah, so I don't know. I maybe I'll check it out at some point. I'm in no rush. Sun Cult Vessel. It's 2 little fireball thingies. The hand axe 4 to 9. That's not bad. Bracelets. Once again, this is getting nice and full. I think I am just gonna not attempt this one. Not happening. But we have. Yep, it's a little bit nicer. 2 and 5 versus 2 and 4. I'll take it. This guy. Look at this one. It is presumably one-handed. If it's a hand axe, it's probably for one hand. Hold on, there's this guy. Oh, it's the guy from the thumbnail. And they hit real strong. Also, they disappear when they die. Let's see, yeah, 4 to 9. So out of curiosity, 4 to 10. 5 to 10. Oh, that's delightful. That's a cool animation. Alright, so I guess the idea is, yeah, so the poison damage. Okay, yeah, I do see it. I do see it, yeah, where it's just a plain-ass hand axe, but the attack rating is a little bit lower, unfortunately. The lower attack rating is a bit of a shame. But ever so slightly better damage. 82% versus 88%. So not a huge difference, honestly. Yeah. Normal attack speed, normal attack speed. It's a marginal increase. It's a marginal difference. Not much, but I think we'll go for it. I mean, the poison looks so much cooler, though, is the thing. They probably wouldn't go for the full... and I think you're probably right, based on what I've seen. Based on what I've seen and heard about the game, where it's like... The developers seem like they're making a conscious decision to stick to... This very different kind of approach compared to the first game. But yeah, I understand that they're... they do want to do things that would also... lure in people that played a lot of the first game, because that's a significant part of their player base, obviously. So it's a tricky thing, you want to do something different and have like a different approach, but also not alienate your community. Much like Diablo 1, we're seeing lots of bodies mounted on pikes. Come on. Dual wielding requires the reach around spell. Ah, yes. Level 12 is when you get that shit. I believe it. The noise these guys make are very similar. Not identical, but very similar to the goat noises we hear in Diablo 1. The goat fellers. And 2 for that matter. They're also in 2. Happy little mace. Robes. 3 and 5. Or 4 and 4. Is slightly better armor. Yeah, we're investing more into armor than anything. Am I gonna regret this? Maybe. Is that a false wall somewhere? I heard like a noise. I heard something happen. Like stone shifting. Nothing obvious. Nothing on the map either. That store wasn't particularly exciting. Trying to get over there. Maybe this door was closed. Well, no, we've already been here. We had to have been here. That's where we started. Anything else, I guess, was opened elsewhere. The thunderstorms in the background. Alright. That. It is a difficult, but it is. It absolutely is. Yeah. So I appreciate that they're trying something different, but I recognize it's putting them in a tricky bind. I don't envy that position, but I do appreciate it. Cold blood potion grants immunity to cold effects for that's pretty cool. So if we're fighting something big, scary, and cold, pull off a couple of those and we'll be in good shape. Big guys, big hammer bros. These guys reminds me of the not Skrakes, the blood Gorefasts, the Gorefasts from Killing Floor. Red and like and mostly one-handed and fast. Good news is that these guys are pretty down like approach with melee and not just hang back. Ranged fellas are more inclined to hang back, and I wish they wouldn't. That guy's dick on fire? Has the man got the fire crotch? So these guys, when they first pop in, they seem like they're experiencing some kind of like flame aura. That guy's got the penis on fire. Yep. It's like that Kings of Leon song, sex on fire. This is penis on fire. Guys wanna come here? And let me diddle you with my... Let me hand you an axe. Ouch. Please. Please. There we go. I chopped him in half. Hell yeah. Well, sorry for that guy, though. Here's the cage the guy told us about. Just focus on one style, yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's early access, so I'm sure we'll get there. The devs seem like they know what they're doing. Hopefully know what they're doing. I mean, well, I'll say this much. It's a beloved game that has very experienced people working on it, so it's like, I'm sure they have a much better idea and vision than I would, obviously, so all I can do is trust. And at the end of the day, it's not a game I have much interest in, at least not for the time being. So, as I like to say, it's not like I have a particular dog in this fight. It's not a fight, but dog in this. It's, you know, I don't have like a particular vested interest necessarily, but I want it to be good because I have friends that are playing it, and you know they're mostly enjoying it. But I hear about the struggles sometimes, the community disagreeing with certain decisions being made, that kind of thing, and the communications and the patches and the emergency maintenance to rollback changes. We hear these little snippets. Hit his ass. Hit his ass next. Everyone's ass getting got. It'll go free. That's a good point too, because right now it is purchase to play, and eventually it'll be free to play. For better or for worse, you know, not everybody loves the free to play model, but I mean it worked well for Path of Exile 1. Is this the penis grinder zone? Did I find the penis grinder room? Finally, after all these years, finally the penis grinder room has been discovered. That's why he's lying down face first. He's lying down tummy first. Penis first, even. That's how it is. That's how it is. I told you. Sturdy, thick hood. Slurping these potions down like it's no one's business. Take a look. In a book. Right now, we have that +5 to dexterity. The better dodge is nice. That being said, I think the dexterity benefit... Well, it helps our attack rating, which is better for us being accurate. I think I'll hold off on this one for now. For now. Plus PoE is still being supported. That's good. That's good. I'm glad they haven't, you know, like, jumped ship entirely and like... stop supporting PoE. So the fact that they still have some resources in the company devoted to that game is good. Because, I mean, it's still a popular game. Might as well. I'm sure they're still doing seasons and all that jazz. I get that skull. He's so big. Big skull. Big bones. Big boned. Recognize these archways. This kind of architecture you would see a lot in Diablo 2 in particular, in Act 2. Some fellers, one of them's on fire. I almost wonder if there's like a bad guy that buffs them or something like that, because it's a temporary effect, clearly. Off chance crossbow. Off balance crossbow. Yeah, it makes sense that it's more of a replacement, a sequel or a continuation, an evolution in the series versus like the next replacement, which is really a not bad way to do it, right? Overwatch 2, and then it's like about that, Alex, about a game not just being a form-fit replacement that feels maybe a little bit arbitrary, even some at least. And something here. I would assume it would update in the minimap, but maybe not. These guys I'm a little bit nervous about. Trying to avoid all the whatever that is, all the projectiles. And right there. Thank you. All right. Oop. That's one of them. There we go. Got a ways to go before we level, though. Trying to reach the market that one couldn't reach. Yeah, maybe they're trying to reach people like me, trying to reach the holdouts. So, and of course, like you'd say, like trying to get into that crowd of people that enjoys action role-playing games but also loves Dark Souls, because Soulsborne games are still hot. They probably will be for a long time, as they should. It's the idea of a Diablo sort of Path of Exile kind of game that is not just PoE but more, but yeah, has some Dark Souls isms thrown in. That would have absolutely mass appeal. Their balance team, I'm not so sure about. I mean, I wouldn't just yeah, the balance aspect of making like balanced builds, because I know you've mentioned, Ogausa, some of those seasons and the seemingly arbitrary ways they would just fling shit around to mix up the meta. I mean, I can appreciate shuffling the meta, but you know, the fact that it would screw over builds that were in progress fairly willy-nilly. It's no wonder that didn't rub some people the wrong way, at least sometimes. So yeah, I guess I can't speak to their ability to make, like, you know, balanced leagues league changes, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, hopefully it would be the kind of thing where if there's less of a focus on the loot treadmill, then maybe there's an opportunity there for them to be not quite as like weird and yeah, just arbitrarily like fucking with shit all the time with the balance, like for like the overall game balance for seemingly no reason. Again, all I can go by is what other people have described to me, since I've never really, well, I have played the game, but I never stuck with it, obviously. Lightning. There we go. Another. Yeah, get their asses. No reach him too, but he was too far away. So you have to have a target on a bad guy first, so you can't just cast it towards a bad guy. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to cast it towards a dude. Also, I look forward to eventually getting something that lets me maybe like get mana on kill or mana on hit, or even health on hit. That'd be kind of cool. We have seen reflect damage, like thorns. We've seen that a little bit. Amulet, by the way, increases mana, increases spellcasting speed, cold damage, and dexterity. Yeah, spellcasting speed is not something I need too much right now. I'll take that one. This one's blue. Yeah, different games, exactly. But there is crossover. Yeah, just in the methodicalness and the overall just kind of mood and pacing of it. Yeah, I like to think there's you know, room to appreciate both. I wonder if cold, of course we saw it like visibly turned him blue, but I wonder if it like slows him down at all, like slows their movement speed at all. I wouldn't expect much. Good, 5 and 2. Get back here. I chopped him in half and froze him in half, apparently. Someone's trying to talk to us. Perhaps my wares can be of use. Wares, you say? I'm curious. All right, so... Oh, here we go. You use the silver skulls to trade. Fragment of your mind to refresh my wares. It'll cost you 2 max mana. And that's to refresh your wares. So there's no gold, but there are these curious, valuable skulls. Looks like an army hat. Skull cap. I mean, I guess that's kind of what it is, honestly. And this one looks like the world's, just like that shape. The shape right here, obviously it goes on our head, but it looks like the world's least comfortable, we'll just say undergarment. Pelvic region, pelvicular undergarment. You see what I'm saying? Like where it would, like the skull covers like the main thing. And then like it kind of wraps around the back. I mean, it would not be very comfortable, and of course it would slide down constantly because there's no way for it to attach all the way. Yeah, the pink one. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, and this is the army hat thing. Yeah. Nothing else really looks very undergarment inspired. I definitely don't mean the bardiche or the spear. Yeah, it's like a skull. It's like a skull jockstrap. Exactly. Yeah. So one we have right now is pretty good. Is any of these worth 2 silver skulls? Oh no, it's 1 per silver skull. Okay, cool. I'm curious about this thing. That attack rating, that damage, very slow, but still, and lightning damage, and more max health. God damn, that is delish. That is delish. We're a ways from leveling up. I'm tempted by that one with its attack speed. And mana stolen per hit. Damn, that's sick. That is sick. That's awful. Armor of 0. Oof. This item dodge at the cost of... If the cost of armor is right. There's health on kill. That's nice. It's kind of like what we have, but mana steal. Like that a lot. Just form fit replacement otherwise. Strength and intelligence. Is that a Dorito? Is that a singular Dorito? Yeah. From a raw numbers perspective, that hand axe or bardiche is indeed shocking. And of course, our shield isn't really much to write home about, honestly. Can I sell him stuff? I'd be like, hey, you want this? Oh! Not what I meant to do. I was like, hey, you want this? And then it just went like, nope. Okay, well, what did I buy? I bought a spear that I wasn't that interested in. 3 to 8 damage. Ugh. It's worse. It's worse, man. I'm the 2 mana stolen for... Okay, that's nice, but yeah. Yeah, so I effectively threw a skull away. That's unfortunate. I was like, yeah, can I sell you things to get skulls back? Is that how it works? That's not how it works. It would be crazy broken if that was the case. Unless it was like, you know, bring him like a green or yellow text thing, then we'll talk. But blue, no way. No way, man. The Dorito, you never know. 2 to agility's not bad. Not bad. We got that 2 to dex, and I like that cold damage. Resistance to poison. Cold. Oh wait, that's increased health by 4. All right, so I can only make 1 purchase for now. So I was thinking either this guy with the mana stolen or go for this thing, because the damage is so stupid, and that attack rating means our attacks will be more accurate. Yeah, so it's a shame this was such a waste. Increases health, mana stolen. It's cool. It's cool and all. This would probably be the safer choice because it's mana stolen per hit, and the damage is quite good, and it's a faster attack, which is nice. Not as generous of an attack rating bonus though. What am I doing? Of course I gotta go for the big stupid thing. Of course.
I can't do that.
Yeah, because our shield is nice, but I can live without it. I guess for now I'll hang on to it. But I could see myself pretty easily and pretty quickly getting rid of it. Of these 2 things, I really don't need both. I don't even know what Bloodlust is. I think by this point we have enough spells, so I'd probably get rid of that one. And if I go back to this guy, we have that fire damage. This is lightning damage. Attack rating, which we don't really care too much about. Yeah, I don't really think attack rating really matters too much with these wands necessarily. I like that fireball spell too much, so I'd probably drop that one. Spellcasting speed. At some point, I could see that maybe coming into play. Maybe. Let's see. So this one has... that's what this one is. The one that's equipped right now is in the top. That one has fire damage, increased health, increased item dodge. So the dodge is really good. Constitution, health by 4. Yeah, probably not that one. Okay, so putting out some space. Our space is still 90% health potions and mana potions that matter. I imagine that's probably how a lot of people are in this game. They probably just hoard the potions because, you know, other than this guy, this is the one shop we've ever seen. There's no gold. All you have is sometimes some silver skulls, but those are hard to find. Those are not exactly a dime a dozen. Well, I am excited to try out our cool new weapon. Slow as balls, but accurate as balls. 3 attack rating is quite good. Quite good. And the balls are so accurate. Oh boy. I was supposed to hit the other guys, so it was too far away, obviously. Yeah, that's what we like to see. Shred their asses. That attack, that animation where they get split down the middle is especially appropriate with a weapon like this. Oh, worse. Small crossbow. No, thank you. That chain lightning just ate their breakfast, man. That thing was delicious watching it cleave through them like that. It drank their milkshake. Speaking of drinking, you can drink. Wonder how close I am to getting to the end of this game. I don't imagine that there's like a billion levels in this game, and this is looking very ornate. They didn't say it, at least earlier, how many levels there are necessarily. I was curious if it like said anything. Like, you know, you're on this floor. It doesn't say. But what's that? Oh, it's just regular wooden shield. Armor 2. Yeah, I'm good. Just given how like fancy this area is looking, it does make me wonder if we're getting into the upper echelons. One shot his ass. Can't pick it up. Oh, sure enough, I cannot. Found a piss potion. Iron blood. Immunity to poison. Wow. Resistance to fire and then +1 to slow, which is cool. The slow part is not quite as exciting. Just 1 fire damage, increase health, item dodge. I would say that's probably overall better. The resistance part is pretty nice, especially resistance to fire. Resistance to fire is, we haven't really seen much of that lately. And fire is the most common, element of damage that we've had to deal with so far in this game. Not sure if that's always going to be the case, but we've seen a lot of dudes shooting those little fire projectiles at us, being generally annoying little shitters. Ooh, that's exciting. Not sure what that is, but it's probably something fucked. Nuke them with the chain lightning. Oh, shit. Red Tooth, the Torturer. More like Dead the Dead. Got him. Hell yeah. So, off chance. I always keep saying off chance. Off balance hand axe. No, thank you. We're hanging on to the old one. I don't know if we really need to at this point. Not that guy on there. I'm running out of like... It's just like in Diablo 2, I would do this all the time. And 3 to a lesser extent. And 1 to a lesser extent. Where... as I found better potions, I would like slowly switch them out. Immune to piss. Aw, that's no fun. I don't want to be immune to piss. What if I want to embrace the piss? Robes of ogre skin. There's resistance to fire. That's pretty cool. So we get a lot less, well, not that much less armor. A bit less armor, but that resistance to fire is pretty cool. This thing. Increases health. But just a flat by 2. Yeah, that's not a plus to constitution. That's pretty boring. 50% is tempting. Armor 15 versus armor 13. Fire res, though. Yeah, I might go for that. I might go for that. Maybe I'll hang on to this for a bit. Also, our guy looks... Well, no, never mind. We still look like a grandma. We still look like a grandma who's gone to the well to fetch a pail of water and fell into a dungeon and is killing a bunch of bad guys now. Our guy still kind of looks like a murder grandma. That's the thing, too, because we haven't really found... Well, here's some gauntlets. What I was about to say is that's a good measure for how far into the game are we. Are we still finding things like leather weapons, or are we starting to get into chainmail and plate mail, that kind of stuff? That's what makes me think we're probably around the middle areas of this game, generally speaking. Computer dexterity, no thank you. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. And maybe it's one of those where, like, the game is maybe kind of short. In fact, Jorf, maybe I don't know if you've actually beaten this game yet, but if you have any idea on how long this game is, I'd be curious if you had any intel. Because it wouldn't shock me if it was one of those games where maybe it's not, like, super long, per se, but you can, like, unlock new difficulty levels or something. It'd be kind of cool. Also, I keep finding these switches, and I keep pulling them, and nothing seems to happen. I'm looking for any sort of indication of what's next. Maybe we're opening these golden archways. Maybe I opened up a golden archway that I haven't seen yet, but maybe I'll see it soon. There's more than meets the eye. I used all my mana earlier. I used a little bit more. Kind of thin their ranks a little bit. Good for crowd control, absolutely. Oh, I see the shadow. I thought that was a dude approaching from beyond. I was afraid. Seven to 12 hours. That is pretty good. That is a pretty good range and a good sign for sure, as far as like a general bang per your buck. How long did it take to beat Diablo 1 back in the day? Like the first time? I would say probably longer than 12 hours, probably. Although, I don't know, that's not that... that's not like that over the top necessarily as far as like a gameplay time estimate. Oh, I'm out of mana. Out of mana. I'm about to level, so maybe I shouldn't go too ham on it. Because yeah, with Diablo, you know, there's 20 levels, or is it 15? So there's 4 areas. There's the church, there's the cathedral, there's the cathedral, catacombs, caves, and then hell. So yeah, I think it's 20 total. It's 5 each. Let's back that thing up. Those guys are getting a little bit fast, a little nimble. So yeah, and of course, you know, generally speaking, not everybody's gonna like full clear every single level that they go through. But yeah, I would say 12 hours is probably maybe a slight lowball estimate on beating the first game. If you know what you're doing, you can beat it pretty quickly, obviously, but for someone playing it the first time. Accurate large club. Well, I mean, there's no way. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way it'll have anything else. It's big. This thing. There's what's it called? The jock strap. The skull jock jock strap. It's inferior. Get it out of here. Out of curiosity, Jorf, what kind of character did you build when you were playing this game? Did you successfully resist the siren call to make a like some kind of like cool spellcaster character? Because that's what I usually want to do in games like this, but then I get scared because, you know, that they're usually more complex. I just want to play it safe, and if it's my first time, I want to be a good boy. Speaking of, I want to be a good boy and kill them to get a level up, like that. Ouch! I can do this. Now you get a full refill. Another. And another. Because that's a lot of them. Oh, I'm out of mana. Brrr. robes. Let's take a look then. Was there anything else that I picked up just now? No, just some potions. Of course, leaning very heavily on that chain lightning spell, but it's very good. It's expensive, very expensive. So, you know, if this was a Diablo 2 inspired experience, we'd have mana that was auto regenerating very quickly, or relatively quickly, and I would be able to like use that all the damn time. Whereas here, I am hoarding a lot of mana potions. That is allowing me to pull some straight up gamer shit for sure. That was a waste. I shouldn't have cast it on that guy. Weak large club. One of the apprentice. Ouch. Yeah, sure enough, I think those levers are activating these gold archways, or unlocking them rather. That unlocks the next one, presumably. But I guess it basically encourages you to go through the whole area and kill all the bad guys, because I think we've already seen the exit. I'm full of shit. No, we've not. Got the crossbow. Yeah, I did see a crossbow earlier, and I was pretty impressed. By that point, we'd seen a bow, and the bow damage was like pretty good, but yeah, the crossbow damage was just generally better. So I was pretty impressed, but by that point, I had already like leveled a little bit. So it's like, since I've already leveled into melee, I guess I'll continue into melee times. Attack rating, nah, I sleep. And then, let's see, I think I need a spell 21. That'll take a bit. I haven't really used Purifying Circle yet, so I don't know if that's quite worth it. We'll do like 1 maybe. Let's do 2 strength and like, yeah, I'm thinking like 2 constitution. Or more health, please. Eventually, more mind wouldn't be a bad idea because my max mana is kind of scrungy. Of course, this is a full mana drink, which is not bad. Weapon skills, I have hardly touched them. It's kind of embarrassing. I've hardly touched them. That's actually a good point. We have some new ones now. Now that I'm using a different weapon. Attack rating, deal more damage. Maximum double damage. That's pretty sick. That's really sick. Wow. So if you want to just fucking spank the shit out of one extremely scary bad guy, that would do a good job. Reckless charge. Oh, sick. That's awesome. Heals your constitution and that's pretty cool too. Good lord. So some really good melee skills for sure. Hurl weapon. That's cool. To damage any enemies. That's good for crowd control as well, presumably. You have a nice line to throw them at. Throw it towards some dudes. This is kind of nice, yeah, if you have a character that is not a spellcaster, but you still want to do something with your mana, this is pretty nice. But if you hit the wall or something like that, yeah, or if you cannot re-equip itself in the previous held slot, it'll just fall in the gun. That's kind of a fun detail. That's pretty sick. 25 strength for this one. Slam, there's the ground pound. There's that AoE, yeah. Yeah, this would be potentially a replacement for the chain lightning spell I've been using, just because it goes through and attempts to damage enemies and any enemies it encounters, which is pretty cool. Deal their damage plus an additional 15% of your total strength and better attack ratings. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Whereas, yeah, that's cool for dealing damage to a single target. This is amazing for dealing damage to a single target. So I could definitely see myself going for this thing. I'm trying to whoop up on some motherfuckers. Like a big scary guy, like a big scary boss guy of some kind. So, good stuff. Yeah, good. Thank you for reminding me about those, Jorf. I absolutely had not looked at those in a while. Certainly not since I started or changed to a different weapon. I really like that weapon art system. Weapon skill system. A little bit different from how, you know, Diablo 2 did it, for instance. Ooh, speaking of which, I think there's still a lot of other dudes. Oh, he's stealing mana, isn't he? It's no bueno. No, I don't want to use it on him. I want to use it on the other guy. There we go. Good damage. He's got the guiding eyes. You can't hide your guiding eyes. Purifying Circle again. Am I allowed to have multiple of the same one? I think I can drop this armor. that fire resistance is pretty nice, given that they're all throwing some fire shit at me anyway. Purifying Circle, Purifying Circle. So I'm guessing once you get the level 2 version, the next one costs a whole bunch of brain juice to be able to learn it. Robes. So the Guiding Ice is presumably a badass shield. Is it indeed a badass shield? Requires big intelligence. It's the Wounded Paladin shield. Armor is not so great, but the dodge is pretty sweet. Good intelligence, good mana. Wowee zowie, that's awesome. Cannot use shield combat arts, though. Damage is absorbed by mana. That's cool. Well, I mean, it could get annoying, but that's quite cool. That's really cool. If I get problem is I have a really good melee, two-handed melee weapon. We could go back to this one, obviously, and it would be a little bit less sexy. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's only better than this shield. No question. No question. Kind of a low bar, but still. I digress. So Jorfu reminded us of the combat arts because that made that encounter a lot easier. Would have been a lot scarier if I was having to do regular old boring-ass attacks against that dude. I like that with Chain Lightning, the fact that it auto-jumps to targets automatically, only up to a certain number of times, so it's a limited, kind of a limited time offer, so to speak, but it's still pretty nice, and of course it can go around corners, as long as you make that first attack accordingly, so... Chain Lightning is very good for crowd control situations. Alchemy table. Let me guess. I give it a potion, and it gives me a juicier potion, and I give it the Iron Blood, the piss potion. My weapon. Won't take it. Okay, I figured that was wishful thinking. That's the thing. These are already pretty good. Yeah, I would say, can I get like a better version of this thing? Oh, it just transmuted to an Iron Blood. I mean, I would have rather have kept that, maybe like a better version of the blue one, but that's fine. Oh, but what if I do this? Oh, okay. Well, that's easy then. And this goes from blue to red. Hey, I see. Two sides of the same coin. We have a pretty good mix, honestly, of red and blue, so I think I'm okay. The color coordination, it was not intentional, but I'm really happy with it too. I'm definitely not the kind of person where I play a game like this, I go out of my way to make my person look pretty. It is not paramount to how I play games like this. I definitely know of the kind of person that plays a, like, you know, World of Warcraft or some other game. It's like, listen, I know this one thing is better, but it ruins my whole look. It ruins my whole vibe. I gotta look like a badass. I gotta look like a hero. This other thing trips it all up, so. And of course, you know, sometimes there's like transmogrifications where you can wear one thing but make it look like you're wearing something else, but yeah, this is a delightful coincidence. The goblin bow. Unfortunately, it shoots regular arrows and not goblins. So disappointing. Ooh, fast boys. Fast ladies, even. And they are indeed quite fast. Got they asses. Weak large clubs. Like they're... Oh, it's like a two-ended hook claw thing. Hook polearm. More. Moon Cult Blade. Oh, Bride, rather. How can he be married to all these brides, bro? It's kind of weird to be having so many. Save some pussy for the rest of us, won't you? And then you see all the dead bodies, you go, okay, never mind. Whole bunch of dead bodies here, yep. They almost look like mannequins. Just as long as you don't look too closely. Also, random green person, I guess poison damage got them. It was a poison assassination. Mace of Ember. I'll see what the fire damage looks like. The mace looks so cute. Look at that cute little mace. It's like a little stick. 1 to 2 fire damage. That's okay. It's just okay. I can't really compete, honestly. Some aspect of their being might be slightly slightly an undesirable personality trait. You mean an insatiable desire for violence and inescapable bloodlust and a devotion to a murderous cult is considered a bad thing? You're telling me that's considered an uncouth thing to strive towards? Consider me shocked. Sating staff of the Viper. Here, let's take a quick look. Drop some stuff real quick so I can take a look-see. Ain't that some shit? Look, it would fit so nicely in the vertical column, and yet it is a full 8 slaughter. If you're the cult leader, though, it's different. It's totally different. 49 attack speed is a little slow, but it has not much else. I was hoping it would add like a plus something to a spell of some kind. But otherwise, this is, you know, not that exciting, unfortunately. Poison damage, increases mana, I sleep. You know, this one's not going to be very exciting. Don't even need to look at it. The cape, I sleep. Also, 1 and 3. This is 3 and 2, so already got to there. Grounded, shatterproof, leather gloves. So we've got 3 and 1 versus 2 and 5. Increases item dodge by 200%, which is cool, but the item dodge is not that exciting. No, thank you. We'll get that guy, and we'll get that guy. Got a bunch of medium boys. Pull that one, and then switch that out, and switch that out. Boop. Anything I would want to part with? Do I really need 2 books of this? Yes, I do. Next question. Am I ever gonna use this thing? Spellcasting speed. I tell myself maybe the answer is probably not. Probably not. Yeah, and I would probably say probably mana. So nothing amazing, but so glad we checked it. If we wanted to, we could go back and use that silver skull to buy something else from the fella, but I don't know if there was really much else that I would have like just needed to have necessarily. I think I will hold off. Was there anything else? There looks like there wasn't any way to get into this like open area in the middle, but I think that's the point. I think the whole design of this level is to be kind of circling around this like border area. The circumference, rather. And earlier we were talking about how certain areas in this game, much like Diablo 2, certain areas in this game, I think, are dynamically generated, are procedurally generated with the design of the dungeons, the layout of the dungeons, and I think other areas are static, or are predetermined. This seems to be one of those cases. Many such cases. Quick save, per Jorf's recommendation, because he's a smart lad. We're gonna deck the upper halls. I don't know what the upper halls look like. Is piss stored in the upper halls? A little bit surprised it's taking this long to load. Loading zone's usually pretty quick. Just don't crash. It hasn't crashed yet. It has not crashed yet. I'd be... There we go. Press the any key. I found it. So I'm curious... Right here, a golden goblin. Those are some golden goblins, all right. Those are some golden goblins. What's this thing do? Give it my weapon. Oh, it ate. You have to I see. You have to sacrifice 2 things. Book.
That won't fit.
Doesn't want the book. Well, of course, here's the thing. Normally I don't really do the save scumming, but I'm curious. You want a 3rd thing? I've given you so much. What else do you want from me? He won't take the shield. Kind of surprising. After all that, you get the Mutilator. Fire damage, which is pretty good. Poison damage, level to fireball. That's okay. That's okay. It seems like that's like a slightly better version of the wand we were using earlier. So maybe the idea is like the 3rd thing you give him, you give the statue, is going to be like an enhanced version of it. So since you can save any time, you could potentially save scum that if you really wanted to. Can I do the... Yeah, there we go. If nothing else. I do have that. course, there's the fireball. Yeah. As for this, guys, it's 1:30. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's go and wrap it up. So that was part of why I was willing to maybe try that a little bit, because I knew we'd be wrapping up pretty soon. I'm really enjoying this game, though. I'm really enjoying this game. There are, let them perish. There are some things that I hope the dev continues to refine and continue to implement. I've had this game installed for like a few weeks, like I guess 1 or 2 weeks now, and I've been getting very regular notifications saying, hey, new update, new patch for Tower of Kalemonvo, check that shit out. And usually I'll maybe like do a quick perusal of the patch notes, and usually it's like, oh yeah, some bug fixes, some rebalancing. In fact, I think today there was a balance patch that rebalanced a couple things. So the game is not in early access, I don't think. I don't think the game's in early access. But actually, let me go take a quick little perusal. Whoops, wrong button. Tower of Kalemonvo. Take a quick look. Quick looky yucky. So. Yeah, it is not in early access. It's not in early access. So it has its 1.0 release, and yeah, the developer is making like very regular updates, which is nice to see. Very regular updates. I don't know if there's like a particular roadmap, if there's more stuff they want to add that is not in the game right now, like if there's new areas, new monsters, new classes. Well, there's not really classes, but if there's new, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is, what the game plan is necessarily. All I know is this is a very enjoyable game, and I'm extremely glad I was able to play this. And I absolutely will be back to experience more of it in the future, because yeah, this is very good. And I think I can sufficiently say this is the kind of Diablo 1 inspired game I've really been wanting to see for a long time now. So it's nice to, after pining for years on something, to at least attempt something akin to Diablo 1. It warms my heart to say that this was not only attempted, but it succeeds. And also, it's not just a copy-paste. There's a lot of different things at play. The fact that there's no gold ever, short of the Silver Skull system, does very, very much simplify the looting system. I would say for the best. It means I can, as we were doing earlier, packing my fucking inventory full of potions, which is maybe not what is intended. Maybe from a balancing perspective, maybe that's not great, but I mean, I'm enjoying it, and I've still gotten my ass kicked on a number of occasions. And speaking of getting my ass kicked, the difficulty spikes are genuinely refreshing. I mean, we were able to clear bad guys pretty darn well, clear the screen even pretty darn well with a couple of casts of chain lightning, but it's very expensive. So I feel like we have a lot of resources, but I can't like go too crazy with them and rely too heavily upon them for obvious reasons. So no, this game, for me at least, I would say it does a nice balance of the difficulty and like keeping it, you know, kind of slow, kind of scary, kind of making you be careful, but also giving you the tools to overcome challenges, not feel it's insurmountable. Because we were talking about the Butcher earlier, the first really major boss in Diablo 1, how that's kind of a wall for some people. Some people get their ass kicked by the Butcher and go, fuck this game, I'm done. This game's too hard. So I appreciate that this game is a little bit more, you know, new person friendly, but there is the hard mode stuff. There's the Iron Man mode, I think is what they call it, for those that want the tougher challenge. So, yeah, I'm really enjoying this, and I very much will be playing it more in the future. Tower of Kalemonvo, good fucking game, and I'm also curious to see what else the developer will be working on at some point, maybe. Looks like they are... On Steam, this is the only game they've made. I think they have an itch.io profile that I found a while back, so they've probably worked on other stuff. But this game is good, and yeah, I'm hoping that if the developer has intention to refine things more and balance things more, and maybe even at some point add more content, even if it was like an expansion pack or a DLC, I will absolutely be keeping my eyes peeled, because I am a happy lad. Happy Alex. Anyway, friends, thank you for hanging out. The original plan for tonight was to stream Wreckfest 2. I think we'll do that tomorrow instead. So I just kind of switched a few things around schedule-wise, just because I was excited to play this game. I've been antsy. I've been antsy to check this game out, and I'm glad we did. So Wreckfest 2 most likely tomorrow. I don't think anything will prevent me from streaming tomorrow. I don't have anything on the calendar beyond just regular worky stuff, so probably stream tomorrow. Probably no stream Saturday. Gracie and I are going to a comedy show on Saturday, which will be fun. And I don't think we'll get back until kind of late, I imagine. Usually those go kind of late. But yeah, so probably a stream tomorrow, probably no stream Sunday, then I'm sorry, probably no stream Saturday, and then almost assuredly a stream on Sunday, we hopefully able to play some games with the boys, with Alias and Shake and Craft, since I had to miss out last time. Hopefully I'll have a chance to play some games with them this Sunday. Will there be a case of Caves of Cud Bingo, or a case of Repo, or maybe a mixture of both? Who knows? But it was really nice of Shake to raid us a couple days ago and Alias to raid us tonight. So we're getting regular exposure to the boys, and I'm always happy when the boys expose themselves to me. Always happy for that. So I'll make sure to reach out to them probably tomorrow and start to coordinate to see what the Sunday might look like for us. In the meantime, let's see who's live right now. Can maybe find a raid target. Potentially, by the way, Tower of Kalemonvo. Is there anybody streaming this game right now? There is, but I don't know if they are the English-speaking persuasion. Let's play it safe and just look at the list. Look at the list of peeps. I do follow a lot of people. We got plenty of choices. Plenty of choices. Anybody we haven't raided in a while? Yes, lots of people we haven't raided in a while, honestly. I haven't raided Trash Snail in a while. She's always cool. Of course, we raided Christian last week. Shanikus also raided last week. That guy was cool, too. Lots of nice peoples. Haven't raided Nier in a while. Voxiv's doing some Apex. And of course, Voxivs was kind enough to guide a raid our way last week, I think. Or no, it was a couple days ago. That was really nice. 420 plays it is playing Blueprints. Fuggy. Oh, Fuggy's live. I never get to raid Fuggy. And that's an obvious choice. I never get to raid this man. This man always goes to bed at normal people hours. What the heck? What's he doing up at 1:40 a.m. on a Thursday? What's this man doing? Yeah, Fuggy's cool as hell. I never get to raid him. He raids me all the damn time. He's always so cool. And always very sweet. I think he's also a fellow... Is he an extra lifer? I think he might be. If he's not an extra lifer, he's done some other kind of fundraising, some other kind of charity thing. Yeah, Fuggy's the coolest. He's playing Steel Hunters, which looks really fucking dope. It is a peer-to-peer PvP. I think it's like a PvPvE kind of game. Kind of like an extraction shooter, kind of, sort of, but it's all mechs. Got a bunch of badass mechs. It looks really cool. I don't know if I would ever stream it, but I'd be curious to maybe try it out off stream, maybe. Of course, I don't do a lot of PvP stuff, but I do love me a good mech game. What can I say? It does look pretty sweet, and I think it might be free to play. So anyway, Fuggy raid coming in hot. Guy's really cool. We really like Fuggy, and like I said, it's a nice opportunity. I get to raid him. A rare opportunity. Yeah, you saw the one. Yeah, I think it was first announced at the Game Awards or something, or maybe it was announced prior to that, but that was my first exposure to it. Seeing the trailer was pretty sweet. The socials page is in the chat, by the way. It has all my links, social media, Discord server, YouTube channel, TikTok, all that stuff is in there. I do my giveaways through the Discord server, by the way. We do raffles every so often in my Discord server, and that is how we proctor those kinds of things. Those kinds of giveaways are always done through my Discord server. So if that's what interests you for future reference, I recommend joining the Discord server. We don't have any giveaways in the near future, but we might have some next week. So anyway, friends, all that and a bag of chips. Gonna wrap it up for the night. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you again to Alias for that extremely generous raid. Really appreciate that. And we're gonna raid Fuggy, who's raided me a billion times. I think I've only raided him like once before. This has been a long time coming. He's gaming with the boys right now, I think. I think he's playing some games with some friends. Steel Hunters, that is. I think he's squatted up with some homies. We'll probably hear some other lovely voices in the voice comms along with them. And Wreckfest 2 tomorrow. I'm excited for that one because I never played the first one, but I do love... I've never really streamed it before, but I do... as a kid, I really enjoyed a few like Demolition Derby style games. I never streamed it, but I really enjoyed the first... not Burnout. Flat Out, that's what it was. Where, yeah, very destructive... heavy, physics-heavy kind of racing game. And, of course, the arcadey nature of it was much more exciting than the actual racing part. But anyway, yeah, Wreckfest 2, will be checking that out tomorrow. It's an early access. I'm excited for it. I never did play the first one, but yeah, this will be a fun one. I'm excited for that one, too. So lots of good stuff on the horizon, friends. Everyone have a great night. See you over in Fuggy's chat. You all have a good one. Good night, friends.